Chapter 1240. In the sky, Su Rui looked at the North King, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but frown. His eyes flashed, and he quickly looked at the puppet that the North King had been fighting. With one look, his face instantly turned green. His own puppet had lost its original appearance after being continuously attacked by the North King. Its steel body had been reduced to a metal pancake. Its limbs were broken, and its body was destroyed. Glaring fist imprints were deeply embedded in the puppet's body. In particular, there was a hole as thick as an arm in the middle of its chest. The puppet, which was comparable to an expert at the level of King Yuan, had been reduced to scrap metal by the North King. What a terrifying puppet! It can actually beat up my puppet to such a state. However, as long as you die, this puppet will be mine. Although he was shocked, the North King's strength made Su Rui even more greedy. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the North King. With a flip of his palm, the power of the Great Path immediately gathered, and he slammed his palm toward the North King. Bang! As the attack landed, an inch-deep palm imprint was immediately left on the North King's chest. The gray power of the Great Path continued to destroy the North King's body, but shortly after, the power of lightning surged out of his body, and his sunken chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amazing recovery ability, huh? Get out of my way for now. Su Rui let out a ferocious laugh. He raised his right leg high and violently smashed it into the Northern King's chest. The heavy force sent the Northern King flying. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure followed behind the Northern King. When Su Rui's gaze landed on Xiaoyan's body, he saw a beautiful fire lotus the size of a wash basin slowly blooming between Xiaoyan's hands. Finally, the fire lotus was sent forward in front of Su Rui's shocked eyes. It gently leaned against his chest. Try this. Boom! In the next moment, the world turned white. All the light in the world dimmed, and the entire world turned white. In the vast horizon, one could see a flourishing fire lotus in full bloom. The dazzling light caused the entire world to tremble. After a long time, the boundless void began to collapse, and a terrifying storm swept through the world. Somewhere in the void outside the storm, a white-robed old man looked at the scene before him. His turbid eyes could not help but be filled with shock. This is the aura of the heavenly flame. Could it be him? With that thought, the elder's expression could not help but change. His figure flashed, and when the afterimage disappeared, his aura had already flown far into the horizon. After a long while, when the storm of energy completely dispersed, Su Rui had already disappeared. Even his aura had been completely destroyed by the storm. Clearly, he could not be any more dead. As for Su Tsong, Yao Mei, and the others, although they were still standing in the sky, their faces were pale because they had already been injured by Xiao Xian's sword and had been attacked by the storm of energy. Although they were not heavily injured, they were not far from it. However, after using their trump cards, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian had completely lost all their battle prowess. Even with the North King blocking them, it was impossible to stop the remaining four. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian sat on the sand with pale faces. The North King stood by the side, waiting for the final struggle. Afterwards, the four of them landed on the ground and stared at the two people before them with different expressions. Cough cough. You actually killed Su Rui? Su Tsong's face was extremely gloomy. Su Tsong's face was extremely sunken. He was Su Rui's brother, yet now, a brat at returnance had actually killed him. He struggled to believe this. Of course, he felt even more grief and indignation. He had never thought that dealing with King Yuan and a brat at returnance would cause him to end up like this. Not only had his puppet been destroyed, but even his brother had been killed. Even now, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were still alive before him. Even their puppets were fine. He struggled to accept this. It's not fair, not fair, this is not fair. You must pay the price for his death. A while later, fury suddenly appeared in Su Tsong's eyes. Killing intent surged like flames in his heart. Today, the two people before him had to pay their respects to his brother with their deaths. Fair? Is it fair that you defeated him with numbers? Is it fair that you bully a returnance expert with your cultivation level as King Yuan? Or is it fair that you bully the weak with your seniority? Xiao Yan ended up laughing when he heard this. The words fairness were a joke in this place, in this group of people, and even in this entire continent. Yet, Xiao Yan was actually speaking in such a confident manner. How could it not cause others to laugh? God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. It's all because of you, you ant. That. In his fury, Su Tsong did not care about anything else. He circulated his Genesis Qi and suppressed the injuries in his body. His face was filled with a crazed murderous intent as he charged towards Xiao Yan. The latter's expression immediately changed upon seeing this. A thought passed through his mind and the Northern King in front of him immediately charged forward. Throwing a punch at Su Kong, Su Tsong was defeated almost instantly when the two collided. He was injured in the first place, and coupled with the Northern King's great strength, he was not his opponent at all. However, Ta Fu and the burly man used this opportunity to dodge the two of them. They arrived before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and reached for his head. Bizizi. However, Xiao Xian abruptly stood up. He squeezed out the last sliver of Genesis Qi in his body and forcefully activated the Sky Prison formation, temporarily restraining the movements of the two people in front of him. Go, let's leave this place. Xiao Xian's face was flushed red. Fresh bright red blood continued to seep out from the corner of his mouth. His entire face had become a little distorted due to the strain. Even though this was the case, he still hoped that Xiao Yan could leave this place alive. You want to leave? It's not that easy. You made me suffer such heavy injuries. Today I will suck your blood and eat your flesh. Before Xiao Yan could do anything, that bewitching charm once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The small face that was originally filled with charm was now filled with a terrifying, ferocious expression. A delicate bone-like hand violently pressed against Xiao Yan's head. Opening her large mouth, she aimed her mouth full of sharp teeth at Xiao Yan's neck and viciously bit down. Then, just as the seductive woman's mouth was about to reach Xiao Yan's neck, a figure in a white robe suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. Almost at the same time, a wrinkled old hand grabbed the seductive woman's slender neck. How dare you touch a member of my Xiao clan? Who do you think you are? Chapter 1241. When the old man's voice spread across the desert, the life in the bewitching eyes, whose neck was being grabbed, swiftly dissipated. Soon after, the old man waved his hand and the delicate body shot backwards, sending Su Tsong, who was being suppressed by the Northern King, flying. Soon after, his turbid eyes landed on the large green-faced man and Ma Fu. He casually waved his hand and the two of them were immediately sent flying. After which, the old man lowered his eyebrows and looked at the Xiao Yan duo in front of him. When he sensed the special bloodline aura on the two of them, a surprised expression immediately appeared in the old man's eyes. Strange, isn't there only one person? Why do these two fellows possess the bloodline strength of my Xiao clan? The old man asked doubtfully. He frowned tightly. He was clearly looking for one person. However, there were actually two people in front of him. The most surprising thing was that they were actually members of his clan. If any unforeseen events had occurred during the years that he had left the clan should have informed him. However now, that group of old fellows. They actually did not inform me beforehand when something happened. Just wait and see how I will deal with all of you when I return. The old man curled his lips and cursed quietly. Soon after, his eyes once again looked at the two people in front of him. With a flip of his hand, 2 medicinal pills immediately appeared in his palm. Before the two of them could do anything, he forcefully fed them 1 pill each. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. Surging medicinal strength immediately surged into the bodies of Xiao Yan and Ma Fu like a river. While they were shocked, they were surprised to discover that the medicinal pills that the old man had fed them were swiftly healing the injuries in their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their pale faces also gradually regained their rosy complexion under the effects of the medicinal pills. This medicinal pill, what powerful medicinal strength! Even with Xiao Yan's character, his eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when he sensed the strength contained within the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill that the old man had helped him consume was likely the strongest medicinal pill that he had ever seen. Even if a Tier 5 medicinal pill was compared with it, it was likely that there was still a great gap between them. Cough cough. Senior, may I know who you are? These two are people that our 10,000 Scorpion Sects sect master wants to kill. I hope that Senior will not interfere. Right at this moment, Yu Fu, who'd been blasted flying, forced his body to crawl up slowly. Even though he was heavily injured, he still hoped to deter this mysterious expert with the name of the Myriad Scorpion Sect. He believed that with the support of the Myriad Scorpion Sect, the old man would at least give him some face. After all, the Myriad Scorpion Sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Southern Territory. Oh, the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. When this old man passed by last time, I seem to have caught a glimpse of it. Your sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, right? Hearing this, the old man frowned and pondered for a while. Only then did he chuckle with a carefree expression. Senior actually knows that our sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. Since that is the case, you should also know what kind of revered status the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beasts possess in the magical beast world. Therefore, so your sect master is nothing. Before Yu Fu could finish speaking, the old man spoke with a face of disdain. The words he spat out caused Yu Fu's expression to instantly become ugly. Humph. The sect master of the Myriad Scorpion Sect is merely an abandoned pawn of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. If it was a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, these words might be useful. However, you are not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned his hand and slapped down. Soon after, Yu Fu and the other 2 people beside him who were also seriously injured were instantly smashed into meat paste. His gaze once again returned to the 2 people in front of him. All right, since this old man has already helped you deal with the problem and consumed my medicinal pills, you can tell me now. Who is Xiaoyan? After witnessing the terrifying strength that the old man had just displayed, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to play any tricks at this moment. Although they did not know who the old man was, since things had already come to this point, there was indeed no need to hide anything. Moreover, after the old man appeared, he could vaguely sense an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the old man. That feeling made him unconsciously feel a trace of closeness to the old man. Therefore, there was no need to hide anything when speaking. Junior is Xiaoyan. May I ask what Senior wants? The old man could not help but pause when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He became rather surprised. He had heard about Xiaoyan's shocking battle achievements everywhere before. Now that he saw the 2 of them again, he felt that Xiaoyan should be an origin king at the very least. He had never thought that he would be a returnance brat. You're Xiaoyan then, Junior is Xiaoxian. You really are surnamed Xiao, but why is that? Since the 2 people in front of him were surnamed Xiao, the clan did not respond. This inevitably caused him to be a little surprised. However, when Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan heard the words that were spat out from the old man's mouth, their faces also revealed a suspicious expression. Having the same surname did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. Moreover, the 2 of them were grandfather and grandson. If their surname was not Xiao, could it be that they had another surname? Whatever. Since you're both surnamed Xiao, come with me. There's someone waiting for you. The old man could not be bothered to think about it anymore. He shook his head and waved his hand. An invisible force immediately lifted up the 2 of them, and he was about to leave. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan immediately became flustered when they saw this. Regardless of whether the old man was good or bad, they were unable to accept him taking them away for no reason. Senior, may I ask who you are and why? Have you heard of the Xiao clan in the central region? Before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the old man suddenly laughed. His face was filled with arrogance as he asked Xiaoyan a question. The expression on his face was as though he was boasting about his most prized treasure. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were startled when they heard these words. After which, they shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of the Xiao clan ever since they had arrived in the Yuanwu continent. Even Luo Jin had never mentioned it to him. How would he understand when this old man suddenly mentioned it? It's fine if you don't know. I'm Xiao Mingyuan, an elder of the Xiao clan. I've been ordered by the first elder to bring you back to the clan. After so many years, I finally found you. If you still don't understand, then obediently return with me. You'll naturally understand when you return." After speaking, Xiao Mingyuan gently tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and was about to leave. "Senior, please forgive me for not being able to return with you." In the next moment, Xiao Yan frowned. The aura within his body was instantly released, and he broke free from Xiao Mingyuan's control. He hurriedly retreated. To the side, Xiao Xian also hurriedly used the power of the Great Path and retreated with Xiao Yan. No matter what, he would choose to stand in Xiao Yan's position, regardless of who the other party was or what status they had. "Kid, do you not believe in me?" Xiao Mingyuan frowned. He would naturally be able to understand if Xiao Yan did not believe him. However, Xiao Yan dared to resist his strength in front of him. This clearly indicated the other party's determination. Xiao Yan was determined not to leave with him. "It's not that I don't believe in you, senior. However, I can't leave with you. I hope you can understand." Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands to Xiao Mingyuan. His attitude was respectful. It was impossible to say if he did not believe Xiao Mingyuan's words. If Xiao Mingyuan really had the intention to harm him, Xiao Yan would not be able to resist with his strength. However, if it was really as Xiao Mingyuan had said and Xiao Mingyuan really wanted to bring him back to the Xiao clan, Xiao Mingyuan would more or less give Xiao Yan some respect. Otherwise, it was fine if he did not return to the so-called Xiao clan. If you don't return with me, how can I report to my superiors? Moreover, even if you don't return with me, there should be a reason. A reason? Xiao Yan's attitude caused Xiao Mingyuan to hesitate. He was not a fool. The clan valued the person in front of him very much. Back then, he had used the sacred blood crystal to see clearly that a god-tier bloodline was something that could affect the fate of the entire Xiao clan. If he caused Xiao Yan or Xiao Xian to feel conflicted about the Xiao clan, wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? I still have a very important person waiting for my news. Therefore, I must return. I hope you can fulfill my wish. The person that Xiao Yan was talking about was naturally the little fairy doctor. The latter had been unwilling to part from the Burning Flame Valley this time around. Before they parted, the two of them had already agreed that they would meet up with her at the Burning Flame Valley. Now, however, he could not go against his agreement with the little fairy doctor because of a clan that he was still unclear about. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but chuckle when he sensed the complicated expression in Xiao Yan's eyes. "It seems that you are a sentimental person. I can promise you, but..." Before Xiao Yan could reveal a joyous expression, Xiao Mingyuan opened his mouth once again. He looked at Xiao Xian and said, "It's fine if you don't return with me, but the one called Xiao Xian, you must return with me. Otherwise, who will I report to if both of you leave? Listen well, there's no room for discussion. One of you must return with me." Xiao Mingyuan's last sentence had interrupted the final thoughts of the two of them. Xiao Yan was naturally dissatisfied with this. He hesitated for a moment. Before he could open his mouth, Xiao Xian by his side pursed his mouth and smiled. His hand gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in a comforting manner. He took 2 steps forward, bowed respectfully to Xiao Mingyuan, and said, "Xiao Mingyuan, since that's the case, Junior will follow Senior back." "Ancestor?" Xiao Yan by the side immediately revealed a reluctant expression when these words were uttered. The two of them had accompanied each other for such a long time. Now that Xiao Yan had finally recovered his physical body, he was going to leave him in such a manner. This really caused Xiao Yan to be unable to bear it. There's no need to worry. It's not like we are going to some dragon's lair or tiger's den. At the very most, we will meet again when you reach the middle region in the future. That's right. Little fellow, you must come to the middle region in the future. Although this continent is large, you will only be able to see the true experts of this continent when you reach the middle region. If you really want to compare, the so-called 3 sects of the southern region are merely third-rate factions in the middle region. Xiao Yan nodded with a hesitant expression when he heard this. If he had to make such a choice, he must go to the Xiao clan in the middle region in the future. Chapter 1242. Xiao Mingyuan brought Xiao Xian away. Only Xiao Yan remained for the rest of the journey. However, it was fortunate that they would reach the fire maple forest after passing through the poison cave. It was likely that they would not meet with any trouble during the remaining journey. However, Xiaoyan felt a little uncomfortable without Xiaoxian by his side. When Xiaoyan had just arrived in this world, the person closest to him was Xiaoxian. Not only did they come from the same continent, but they were also blood relatives. Now that the Xiao clan from the middle region had suddenly appeared, it was unavoidable for Xiaoyan to form a grudge in his heart. However, so what? Could he stop Xiao Mingyuan? Since Xiao Mingyuan had already left, he had to speed up his journey. He had to find Yi Honglian and raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Mingyuan had said, compared to the southern region, the central region was the place where the true experts of this continent gathered. If he wanted to see Xiaoxian again, he had to go to the central region. Thus, raising his cultivation as soon as possible became an inevitable process for Xiaoyan. Of course, this wasn't just for Xiaoxian. There was even more, such as Sunair. After passing through the poison cave, Xiaoyan saw a fiery red mountain forest in the south from afar. At first glance, it really did seem like a large expanse of flames was burning. It was like a sea of fire in the world. Such a scene was rather shocking. TSK, is that the fire maple forest? How magnificent! Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene, and the expression in his pitch-black eyes gradually became solemn. According to the Burning Sky ancestor, the fire maple forest was a forbidden place in the extreme south. No one who had ventured deep into the fire maple forest had ever returned. There had even been experts at the Origin King realm who had attempted to enter the fire maple forest, but they had similarly never returned. It was precisely because of this that the fire maple forest became famous and became a taboo place in the hearts of everyone in the extreme south. Now, Xiaoyan wanted to venture into the so-called forbidden place in the extreme south, the fire maple forest. But before that, there was something else he had to do. After turning his head to look at the poison cave behind him and confirming that no one was chasing him, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in the air and slowly closed his eyes. His heart gradually calmed down as he sensed the flow of aura in the world. After a couple of big battles, Xiaoyan had already faintly sensed that his sky extinction steps could finally advance another step. He planned to use this little time to allow his sky extinction steps to reach the advanced Ling Yun stage before he entered the fire maple forest. This would be another improvement in his overall strength. At that time, it was likely that he would no longer need to be afraid even when facing an ordinary expert at the Great Yuan King class. Following Xiaoyan's calmness, everything in the world, regardless of whether it was the wind, the sand, or the moving clouds, everything had become clear. Xiaoyan's body did not move. However, there were afterimages appearing all over the sky. Those afterimages repeatedly disappeared, agglomerated, disappeared, and agglomerated again. This continued until all the afterimages had become real. There was no longer any flowing air in the sky. Clouds drifted. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were only suddenly opened when the sky became dark. Buzz! The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes, an invisible whirlwind suddenly swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at its center. Everything in the world was swept away. There was no sand or dust in the air. Everything was as clear as a mirror, and all the haze had been washed clean. A moment later, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated cross-legged in the empty space, slowly disappeared under the blowing of the wind. He had long since disappeared from this world. Xiaoyan stood outside the fire maple forest in black robes. He raised his eyes to look at the boundless fiery red mountain forest before him. Xiaoyan felt a little hesitant in his heart. After running around for a few days, coupled with the continuous battles, he had finally arrived outside the fire maple forest. But, was Yi Honglian really here? If she wasn't here, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? Moreover, with the fire maple forest's fierce reputation, once he barged in and couldn't find Yi Honglian, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, since things had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. Whether or not he could find Yi Honglian, Xiaoyan would have to personally make a trip to the fire maple forest to know. Huff! After letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan gathered all his strength and flew towards the fire maple forest. However, after flying for 1,000 miles, he still didn't see anything unusual. He only felt that the fire maple forest in front of him was vast and boundless. No matter how he flew and searched, he couldn't find any trace of the heavenly flame. Even when he used the heavenly flame to search for Yi Honglian's tracks, it didn't have the slightest effect. Not only was there no aura of the heavenly flame in this place, he was also unable to sense the aura of magical beasts. This place was really like what the outside world said. Although it was a mountain forest, it was a land of death. There were no humans or magical beasts. However, it was also at this moment, a change appeared between heaven and earth once again. Buzz. A frightening aura suddenly descended on Xianxia's head. All of this happened so quickly and so ruthlessly that he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. His entire body was heavily smashed into the mountain forest below. An invisible force broke the surrounding crimson trees and sent soil flying. The moment Xianxia's body fell to the ground, he hurriedly used the giant elephant tactic. Relying on the golden body, he blocked this frightening aura. You are actually able to block my aura and pressure. You do have some ability. No wonder even the people from the two great sects were unable to subdue you. However, since I have personally taken action today, Xianxia, obediently accept your fate. A voice that was filled with dignity reverberated across the sky like a bell. When Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked over, he saw a masked fellow whose entire body was covered under a black robe slowly extending his hand in the sky. His 5 fingers grabbed and an invisible force immediately controlled Xianxia's body. The golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant tactic also gradually crumbled under this force. The person in front of him was many times stronger than Su Tsong's group. However, the most important point was that this fellow, Ghost Hall. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly the Ghost Hall. TSK. Have you recognized me? So what? With the current you, what ability do you have to escape from my palm? A familiar laughter was once again transmitted into Xianxia's ears. Almost at the same time as his words sounded, the force that wrapped around Xianxia's golden body suddenly increased. Immediately, a bang sound was heard. The giant elephant tactic, that had always been successful, was powerlessly shattered. At the same time, a mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Xianxia's mouth. Faced with the person in front of him, even if Xianxia used all his strength, he was still unable to obtain a trace of survival for himself. Damn it. He actually gave up just like that. Screech. However, just as the person from the Ghost Hall was laughing coldly, a ruthless cry that penetrated the clouds in the sky above the fire maple forest instantly broke the former's control over Xianxia. Chapter 1243. Have you asked for this king's permission to kill in the fire maple forest? Xianxia's figure immediately retreated explosively after the surrounding pressure was removed. At this moment, a large shadow suddenly enveloped the world. At the same time, a voice that was filled with dignity faintly reverberated throughout the world. When Xianxia and the expert from the Ghost Hall raised their heads and looked over, the entire sky was black. It was as if a large hand that covered the sky had blocked all the light. Only a moment later did their vision gradually become clear. Only then did they shockingly see that an enormous bird was currently floating in the sky above their heads. Everything that had happened earlier was naturally because of him. For you. You want to obstruct my Ghost Hall's matters? Don't mention the Ghost Hall in front of me. Once you're in the fire maple forest, you have to do things according to my rules. I have the final say in the fire maple forest. The dense mist that covered the sky gradually dispersed. Immediately, a middle-aged man with long crimson hair and a domineering appearance appeared in Xianxia's and the expert's line of sight. Other than his skin, everything else on this man's body was crimson red. He had red hair, red eyebrows, and even his stubble was crimson red. A fiery glow constantly flickered within his eyes. The only difference was that there was a bundle of golden hair in the middle of his long hair. This point caused Xianxia to vaguely recall something. You are. The expression in the eyes of the expert from the Ghost Hall immediately focused when he saw the appearance of the man. He could not help but feel shocked by the former's identity. You? I have a name, Zhu Hao. If you're unhappy, then attack me if you have the guts. I haven't fought for many years. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Before the words from the other party's mouth could be heard, the middle-aged man's rough and heroic curses sounded out. His overbearing aura caused the face of the expert from the ghost hall to twitch. This fellow in front of him had truly displayed the character of his clan to the fullest. Not only was his words rough, his actions were even more overbearing and unyielding. Blood Flame Bird Clan, I know you. Since you know, then hurry up and scram. If you don't, then fight me and let's see who's stronger. With a loud roar, Zhu Hao's figure had already appeared in front of the ghost hall expert in the blink of an eye. Without any fancy moves or Genesis Chi, a simple punch caused the surrounding space to instantly collapse as raging flames abruptly rose. Boom! With a single punch, the ghost hall expert's figure instantly shot back by 300 m. When his figure came to a stop, he couldn't help but shake violently. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat, and a bloody and sweet taste gradually spread out from his mouth. Damn it! I have nothing to do with your Blood Flame Bird Clan. I only wanted to take this human away. Why did you attack me? Cut the nonsense, get out of this, daddy. The expert's figure. The expert's expression. S's. The expert as experts as he's as azes his rumble. An explosive sound rang out once again. Zhu Hao's figure did not retreat at all. On the other hand, the ghost hall expert in front of him was once again forced back. Although his situation was slightly better than before, his shield had already completely collapsed. You want to protect him? But since when did a ghost hall minion like you have the right to question me? You! The next moment, Zhu Hao's body once again attacked. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the other party, the latter's expression changed as he violently clenched his teeth. His body hurriedly rushed forward. He did not withdraw but instead advanced, charging toward where Xianxia was at this moment. No one can stop the people my ghost hall wants to capture. You're courting death. Zhu Hao's figure instantly paused in the air. With a turn of his body, he immediately gave chase. However, in a clash between experts, even an instant was enough for the other party to do many things. By this time, the ghost hall expert had already arrived in front of Xianxia. A terrifying aura and pressure once again locked onto Xianxia, while the latter's hand grew closer and closer to Xianxia. Swish! In the next moment, a maple leaf floated past in the sky, and the arm that the ghost manor expert had extended forward was severed along with it. Behind him, Zhu Hao's face was anxious. Only then did his body catch up to the former. In front of the latter's horrified eyes, Zhu Hao grabbed the latter's neck and pulled his body back. At the same time, his right knee violently smashed onto the latter's waist. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking appeared one after another. The latter's body was also thrown high into the air uncontrollably. Soon after, Zhu Hao's body rose into the air. His body turned around and another whip kick was violently thrown out. This expert from the ghost hall was violently sent flying like a rubber ball. This attack had actually sent him flying out of sight. Behind him, Xianxia's face was dull as he watched the scene in front of him. Even the mysterious attack from earlier had turned into an endless shock in his heart that did not disappear for a long time. "The kid, who are you? Why have you been targeted by these damned bastards?" Zhu Hao returned to his senses and glanced at the depths of the fire maple forest with lingering fear. Only afterwards did his gaze return to Xianxia. He immediately felt curious. A returnance human had actually been personally hunted down by an origin king of the ghost hall. Was this not making a big fuss over a minor issue? The ghost hall was vicious, but they would not waste their energy on something like this. Just what was so special about the kid before him? Moreover, Junior Xianxia thanks Senior for saving my life. When Xianxia returned to his senses, he hurriedly bowed to Zhu Hao. He had clearly witnessed just how powerful the person before him was. Now that he had been saved, Xianxia obviously did not dare to be negligent. I'm not interested in saving you. I've only done it because someone asked me to. However, since I've saved you, I definitely can't let you leave so easily. You said you're Xianxia? Zhu Can, get your ass over here. Zhu Hao looked past Xiao Yan and into the depths of the fire maple forest. After calling out in doubt, Xiao Yan looked back and saw a rather familiar-looking huge bird in the distant horizon. It rapidly flew towards the two of them. Only when the huge bird approached did Xiao Yan recognize it. To no surprise, it was the blood flame bird that had carried them all from the southwestern border to the southernmost regions. So this fellow was actually related to the middle-aged man before him. If he had called him over now, Xiao Yan recalled the things that his group had done to this blood flame bird back then and looked at the situation in front of him. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. Could it be considered that he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth only to enter the wolf's den? Chapter 1244. Xiao Yan could not help but think of how he had brutally beaten up the blood flame bird when he saw it arrive. Thinking about it now, he could not help but sigh inside. If only he had been a little gentler back then. The giant bird returned to human form. He was a young man with bare arms. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his face was fierce. Just his appearance alone gave off a sense of viciousness. Compared to when Xiao Yan had first met him, he was now at late returnance, even slightly higher than Xiao Yan's cultivation. This was just a little too exaggerated. Zhu Can arrived in front of the two of them. His gaze paused briefly on Xiao Yan's body. After which, he smiled awkwardly as he looked at Zhu Hao by the side. Hee, father. Ugh. Hearing this form of address, Xiao Yan's originally somewhat dull expression instantly became dull. How could he have imagined that the Zhu Can in front of him was actually the son of this strong person? Moreover, he had even given Zhu Can a violent beating. According to the current situation, could this not be considered as a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger? Xiao Yan was speechless, but Zhu Hao's gaze landed on him again. He glanced at Zhu Can and said in a rather deep voice, "It's this kid. This is the kid who beat you up last time?" Zhu Can nodded heavily. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan. The viciousness in his eyes was self-evident, which made Xiao Yan's hairs stand on end. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. If Zhu Hao really wanted to do anything to him, he could not just sit there and wait for death even if his cultivation was not his opponent. "Heh, human kid, are you afraid that I'll take revenge on behalf of my son?" Zhu Hao sneered in disdain when he sensed the abnormality in Xiao Yan's Genesis Qi. "Then aren't you looking down on my blood flame bird clan too much? It's him who can't beat you, not me. If he's beaten up by you, he needs to fight back. This is the rule of my clan. As long as he's not crippled or dead, you can do whatever you want. I can't be bothered. So, if you want to leave today, you can either fight with Zhu Can. If you win, you can go wherever you want, but if you lose, you can piss off from the fire maple forest. That guy outside seems to be waiting for you." Zhu Hao spoke in a low and deep voice. The casualness in his words caused Xiao Yan to not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of free-range attitude was a little too casual. At the very least, this was his own son. As his father, he was actually able to say such words. It was really crazy. No wonder their tempers would be so violent. However, this was fine as well. At least it was better than his domineering father personally taking action. However, what surprised Xiao Yan was how Zhu Can's cultivation had risen from late origin transformation to late returnance in just a few short months. Such a heaven-defying rate of growth was just too terrifying. Hee, Xiao Yan, back then, you joined hands with that wild monkey and caused quite a lot of harm to the young master. If it were not because of your coercion, the young master would not have suffered that kind of humiliation. Fortunately, I have finally returned. Staying in that remote and desolate place? Oh? Just when Zhu Can mentioned the Lu family, Zhu Hao frowned. Zhu Hao immediately became terrified. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at his father with fear, then he continued, "The Lu family is the Lu family. However, things are different now. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely be able to trample you beneath my feet." Zhu Can could not help but smile confidently when he reached the end. After returning to the clan, he had completed the awakening of his bloodline according to the rules of the clan. His cultivation had skyrocketed as well. He believed that he would be able to reach Origin King in just a few years. At that time, Yukon could not help but yearn for the feeling of power in the future, but now, boom! Xiaoyan did not use any fancy moves. Just like how Zhu Hao had attacked earlier, Xiaoyan swiftly stepped forward and sent Yukon flying with a simple punch while Yukon was in an intoxicated state. Senior, you said earlier that I can leave as long as I win. May I ask if I can leave now? Xiaoyan politely smiled. His gaze once again returned to Zhu Hao's body as he respectfully asked. Ugh. However, Xiaoyan's words left Zhu Ken at a loss for words. According to the rules of the Blood Flame Bird clan, Xiaoyan's punch was swift and fierce, and it could be said to be extremely beautiful. Zhu Ken could naturally be considered to have lost, and Xiaoyan could leave. However, logically speaking, Xiaoyan's method could be considered a sneak attack, so it was not the right way to win. However, the Blood Flame Bird clan was all about being straightforward and domineering. A win was a win. Moreover, in a true battle, they never cared about unorthodox methods. Thinking about it like that, Xiaoyan did seem to have one. Isn't that too fast? Zhu Hao curled his lips and muttered to himself. He raised his head and saw that Xiaoyan was about to leave. Just as he was about to stop him, Zhu Kan, who had been sent flying by Xiaoyan's punch, suddenly charged over and charged towards Xiaoyan with violent power. Again! Xiaoyan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the strength elephant skill was immediately displayed. He turned around and threw a punch, sending this fellow flying once again. After which, his gaze looked at Zhu Hao, appearing to be waiting for his explanation. Cough cough, since this kid still has the strength to fight, then even I can't stop him. These are the rules. The rules. Zhu Hao coughed dryly. He had never thought that Xiaoyan would be so domineering. He could actually send Zhu Kan flying with a single punch as a mid-returnance expert. Such battle prowess could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, Zhu Kan had been sent flying by Xiaoyan before he could even return to his senses. This piece of trash. Zhu Hao cursed. Zhu Hao curled his mouth and scolded in a bad mood. Soon after, he saw that Zhu Kan was once again sent flying by Xiaoyan. His entire body immediately turned around in embarrassment. Hearing the miserable cries that were repeatedly transmitted from behind him, even with his character, he could not help but feel pity for Zhu Kan. A while later, when Zhu Kan stood up once again in a horrible shape, Xiaoyan had run out of energy. However, Zhu Kan seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Every time he was sent flying, Zhu Kan would stand up again. His willpower was truly shocking. Without any other choice, Xiaoyan could only use the Heaven's End steps to quickly leave. Zhu Hao obviously discovered Xiaoyan's departure as soon as possible. Only after Xiaoyan had vanished from his sight did he turn around. He raised his head and looked at the sky to the south. He bowed slightly before picking up Zhu Kan and flying towards a certain place in the forest. At the same time, in the deepest part of the fire maple forest, on the outskirts of a certain mountain valley, a noble lady wearing a blue dress was looking at the northern side. Her beautiful face had an icy expression. This lady was the one whom Xiaoyan's group had met a couple of times back then. Li Bing Rui. Chapter 1245. The vast and boundless fire maple forest was thousands of kilometers deep. Even with Xiaoyan's speed, it took him 2 days to travel south. Until now, there was already an endless bright red sea of fire behind him. At this moment, there was a green mountain in front of Xiaoyan that rose into the sky. At the foot of the green mountain, on the east side of the cliff, a graceful figure was sitting quietly. The lady also opened her eyes when Xiaoyan arrived at this place. Their gazes immediately collided. It's you, Li Bingrui. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw that this woman had actually appeared in this place. His expression was somewhat surprised. It was unexpected that he would actually meet her again after parting back then. It was really as Li Bingrui had said. I told you that we would meet again. I've been waiting for you here for more than 2 months. You really did come, but you're much later than I expected. Li Bingrui was expressionless and cold. She seemed to have expected Xiaoyan's arrival. You knew I would come? He frowned. He had only met this woman a few times. How did she know he would come here? For the hellfire of the Red Lotus, you must come here. Red, the hellfire of the Red Lotus is here. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was initially startled when these words were uttered. Soon after, it turned into an endless wild joy. Since this was the case, his trip to the fire maple forest was not in vain. Raising his head to look at the green mountain in front of him, Xiao Yan's blood was instantly ignited. Since he had found the Red Lotus hellfire, it meant that his cultivation could advance further. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily quickened his footsteps and walked toward the valley behind Li Bingrui. However, in the next second, at the same time as the cold voice sounded, an icy cold bone-piercing long sword suddenly passed in front of Xiao Yan. The sharp sword aura caused Xiao Yan's advancing footsteps to instantly stop. His body also unconsciously took 2 steps back. When he raised his eyes to take a look, Li Bingrui's figure had already appeared in front of him. The tip of the icy cold long sword in her hand turned and pointed at him. What is the meaning of this? Frowning, Xiao Yan was thinking about the heavenly fire. How could he be in the mood to care about this girl? Why do you think I am waiting for you here? If you want to see my master, you have to go through me first. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed after her words sounded. His heart felt incomparably shocked because of this. The person that Li Bingrui was referring to was undoubtedly Yi Honglian. However, Yi Honglian was a heavenly flame and possessed a violent affinity. How could she have a disciple who practiced the ice affinity? This was too unbelievable. However, after hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiao Yan understood that the them that Li Bingrui had mentioned to Xiao Yan back then should be referring to Gu Yu and Hai Mochen. Only Li Bingrui, who was well aware of this, would know that the 2 of them existed in Xiao Yan's body. I have come here to look for Senior Yi Honglian. I do not wish to have any dispute with you. After a moment of thought, Xiao Yan shook his head gently in the end. Li Bingrui was Yi Honglian's disciple after all, so he obviously needed to be polite when he spoke to her. At the same time, Luo Jin seemed to have an extremely deep impression of this woman from the moment he saw her. If he attacked Li Bingrui, it would probably be difficult for him to explain himself to Luo Jin. If you want to see my master, you have to defeat me. Otherwise, I will use everything I have to stop you. Killing you is also within the scope of stopping you. However, Li Bingrui did not show the slightest bit of mercy in the face of Xiao Yan's words. The long sword in her hand suddenly pierced toward Xiao Yan at the same time as the words in her mouth sounded, aiming at the spot between his brows. Swish, however, what her sword had pierced was merely an afterimage of Xiao Yan. What? Li Bingrui was immediately shocked when she saw this. They were both at returnants, but Xiao Yan was much faster than her. She actually failed to discover how Xiao Yan had dodged the attack. It was truly strange. When Li Bingrui turned around, Xiao Yan had already appeared outside the valley. Looking at the stairs before him, Xiao Yan slowly made his way up. Since he had come to someone else's territory, he had to follow the rules. All he needed to do was climb the stairs. Get down. In the next moment, Li Bingrui appeared in a flash again. She swung her sword viciously, but Xiao Yan twisted his body and bent his waist. He managed to dodge the attack at an extremely strange angle. As he stood up, a stream of energy suddenly shot out from the sword. It shot up from the bottom, targeting Xiao Yan's crotch. You're going to end my lineage. Alarmed, Xiao Yan could only retreat helplessly. The moment he stopped, he immediately used the force elephant technique and blasted the stream of energy away with a punch. However, at the same time, an extremely cold presence wrapped around Xiao Yan's fist. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread across his right arm. The extreme coldness caused Xiao Yan's body to feel piercing pain. Boom! With a thought, heavenly fire ignited and gradually melted the thin layer of ice. However, this scene also left Xiao Yan extremely shocked. It was merely a thin layer of ice, yet it was able to endure for a couple of breaths under his heavenly flame. In Xiao Yan's past experience, other than the extreme cold ice soul, there was no other ice that could endure under his heavenly flame. Yet, Li Bingrui's ice was actually able to My ice Genesis Chi has long been able to withstand the corrosion of heavenly fire under master's training. In this world, there is no flame that can suppress me, not even you. Sensing the surprise in Xiaoyan's heart, Li Bingrui coldly snorted. Her body flickered again and her sword rapidly rotated. In the blink of an eye, several streams of energy shot out one after another. Even Xiaoyan couldn't avoid them. Left with no choice, he could only block them with his heavenly fire. As he retreated, Xiaoyan landed on the steps that led to the depths of the valley. Leave this place and I can pretend that nothing happened. If you don't come again, I won't find trouble with you. Li Bingrui stood on the steps and coldly stared at Xiaoyan. Her tone was especially resolute. In order to not leave master and not let her master disappear from this world, she would never allow Xiaoyan to take a single step into the valley. She had painstakingly trained over the years and trained across the continents so that she could one day chase away those who came looking for Yi Honglian. She would not allow anyone to step into the pure land that was the fire maple forest. I'm sorry, I can understand how important your master is to you, but I also hope that you can understand that finding her is my decision and no one can stop me. Xiaoyan shook his head. As his voice faded, he activated the giant elephant art. Chapter 1246. You're courting death. A chilling expression appeared on Li Bingrui's face when Xiaoyan's golden body condensed. Her body moved as the sword in her hand viciously stabbed toward Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The tip of the sword tore through space as it stabbed toward Xiaoyan. Clang. When the sword was less than a meter away from Xiaoyan raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers to stop the sword. No matter how much force Li Bingrui used, she was unable to advance even an inch. You're Yi Honglian's disciple. I don't want to fight with you, so please move aside. Xiaoyan said indifferently. His right hand trembled slightly and a huge force immediately followed the long sword and attacked Li Bingrui's white hand. The long sword in her hand was immediately uncontrollably removed by Xiaoyan. After which, he gently swung it and it was inserted into the rock wall in the distance. Xiaoyan then took a step forward and took large strides toward the stairs. I won't allow you to go up. The expression on Li Bingrui's pretty face became increasingly gloomy when she saw that Xiaoyan was still unwilling to stop. Her delicate body moved and she personally pounced at Xiaoyan. Genesis Chi revolved between her hands as a turbulent energy poured out and crazily bombarded Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the face of this. Li Bingrui's cold ice was able to nullify the temperature of the heavenly flame to a certain extent. It would be extremely troublesome if one were to come into contact with it. Hence, Xiaoyan could only use the sky extinction steps to dodge the sharp attack of Li Bingrui's. Fortunately, after reaching the advanced level of the heaven annihilation steps, Xiaoyan's speed had reached a whole new level. In terms of speed, Xiaoyan could even match an ordinary origin king, let alone a late returnance expert like Li Bingrui. After several hundred exchanges, she had failed to even touch the corner of Xiaoyan's clothes, which infuriated Li Bingrui. Bastard, do you only know how to dodge as a man? Once again, Xiaoyan dodged her attack. Li Bingrui was already so angry that she clenched her teeth. However, Xiaoyan still had a smile that deserved a beating, as if he was afraid that she was not angry enough. I'm already going easy on you by not attacking you. Do I have to stand here and let you hit me? Who needs you to go easy on me? If you really have the ability, then fight me fair and square. As he spoke, Xiaoyan easily dodged Li Bingrui's attack again. You'll take me to see your master if I win? Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His smile carried some calmness as he watched Li Bingrui's lovely body rush past him. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration at this moving scene in front of him. However, when these words entered Li Bingrui's ears, it caused the latter to curse loudly. The anger on her beautiful face became even denser. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with anger. Bullshit. It's impossible for you to defeat me, and you can forget about seeing my master. Slap. Li Bingrui's pretty face immediately revealed an embarrassed and angry expression the moment the curse fell from her mouth. Her face was so red that it even reached her ears. Her pretty eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had actually, if a beauty says such words, be careful that you don't become ugly. Xiaoyan smiled shamelessly. As he felt the tenderness that remained in his palm, he could not help but rub his hands together. Just now, when Li Bingrui was cursing out loud, her body happened to pass by in front of Xiaoyan. Therefore, he gave her a slap in passing. In the end, it just happened to hit her extremely elastic but, die. However, when she heard Xiaoyan's words that seemed to excuse her, the anger on Li Bingrui's face became even heavier. Her heart was incomparably ashamed and resentful. She extended her hand and beckoned. The icy-cold longsword that was shot out by Xiaoyan instantly returned to her hand. Following the sound of breaking air, dozens of energy pillars shot out in succession, aiming for Xiaoyan's vital points. There were even a few energy pillars that unknowingly shot towards Xiaoyan's crotch. This caused Xiaoyan's crotch to tighten, and his dodging movements became even faster. After failing dozens of times, Li Bingrui threw the long sword in her hand in shame and anger. The moment the long sword neared Xiaoyan's body, it suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. With the force of breaking through the air, the fragments shot towards various parts of Xiaoyan's body. It was naturally impossible to dodge such a concentrated attack, but Xiaoyan managed to block it with the rich Genesis Qi in his body. Almost at the same time, however, Li Bingrui quickly raised her hands. Her 10 fingers linked together, rapidly forming a seal between her jade-like hands. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from her body, condensing into icy-cold long swords in the air around her. Mysterious ice assassination. Xiaoyan's jade-like hands held 2 icy-cold longswords. They cut through the sky and every longsword that came into contact with them instantly shattered, turning into a countless number of fragments. They carried an extremely cold aura as they suddenly broke through the air and violently shot toward Xiaoyan's golden body. However, this was not the end. Great Tao of Ice. Mysterious ice illusion. At the next moment, Li Bingrui's cry was once again emitted from her mouth. At the same time, numerous mirrors that were formed from cold ice immediately began to form around Xiaoyan's body. The strength of the Great Path was displayed at this moment. Within each mirror was an image similar to Li Bingrui's at this moment. She was holding 2 swords and the sky was filled with cold ice fragments. The most shocking thing was that when Li Bingrui approached Xiaoyan, the images within the mirrors actually leaped out of the mirrors and agglomerated into substance before violently piercing toward Xiaoyan. Dozens of Li Bingrui held their swords at the same time. Countless ice shards shot toward Xiaoyan while accompanied by an extremely cold aura. The entire place instantly turned chilly because of the Great Path of Ice. The air was extremely cold, frost fell from the ground, and snow filled the sky. Even Xiaoyan's actions and the speed at which the Genesis Qi in his body circulated were affected. This woman's Great Tao of Ice is terrifying. Even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt shocked when he sensed this. Moreover, from the looks of Li Bingrui's stance, it was as though she wanted to take his life. If he continued to stubbornly defend, it was likely that he would really be in danger. Xiaoyan, since you want to see me, you must first defeat my disciple. Otherwise, as this girl said, leave here and never come back. It was also at this moment that a voice that was filled with a graceful aura suddenly sounded in Xiaoyan's mind. Almost instantly, Xiaoyan abruptly raised his head and looked at the surrounding world. A smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he watched Li Bingrui, who was getting closer and closer to him. In other words, Yi Honglian was asking him to take action. Since Elder says so, Junior will accept Elder's invitation. As his voice faded, Xiaoyan grasped the air, and the heavy Shenbuster sword flew into his hand. At the same time, light blue flames suddenly rose. Chapter 1247. The moment the flame burned, Li Bingrui's attack, which was filled with an imposing aura, landed heavily in the air. The 2 long swords in her hands broke through the empty space. Everywhere they passed, a world of cold ice appeared. At this moment, when one looked behind Li Bingrui, one could see that even the entrance of the valley was filled with cold ice. A countless number of cold ice fragments carried an extremely cold sword aura as they swiftly fell from around Xiaoyan's body. They were about to land on Xiaoyan's body in the next moment. However, Xiaoyan's face was calm and composed. Since Yi Honglian had allowed him to take action, he naturally didn't need to worry about anything. He slowly raised the heavy buster sword. Xiao Yan faced his surroundings, and with one thought, the Genesis Chi in his body frantically poured into the heavy buster sword. A blazing aura soared into the sky like a rainbow. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. Soon after, an explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His body swiftly rotated and 7 feet of sword light were swung out from all over his body. A frightening flame glow immediately rose from the ground. At the same time that it broke through the empty space, it also shattered the ice illusions that were charging over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's surroundings were swept away. But, No, where's that woman? Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he suddenly sensed something. Although the ruler glow earlier was ferocious, it merely broke those illusions that were agglomerated from the great way of ice. What about Li Bingrui herself? By the time Xiao Yan recovered, a shocking cry suddenly sounded in the sky above his head. By the time Xiao Yan raised his head, he saw that Li Bingrui was holding a longsword in her hand. She had already arrived in the sky above his head. She pointed the tip of her sword and countless numbers of cold ice immediately fell, violently striking Xiao Yan's body. At the same time that they destroyed his clothes, they also turned into a thick layer of ice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Ice Spirit Slash. Li Bingrui raised the ice sword in her hand. As she poured Genesis Chi into it, the world trembled, and countless pieces of ice condensed in the void. As a thin layer of ice covered the ice sword, a giant sword also formed above Xiao Yan's head. Suddenly, an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura spread from the giant sword. The chilling aura made one's heart tremble, and a terrifying pressure firmly locked onto Xiao Yan below. Li Bingrui didn't hold back at all in this attack. She was clearly determined to kill. If Xiao Yan couldn't fight back, he would definitely die under this sword. In the next instant, an icy shout abruptly sounded from Li Bingrui's mouth. She tightly gripped the sword with both hands and viciously swung it downwards. The giant sword in the sky also abruptly fell at the same time. The invisible space was instantly pierced, causing the world to tremble as a terrifying pressure descended towards Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was still sealed in ice. If he couldn't even break through the ice, how could he possibly dodge this attack? You're dead for sure. Xiao Yan, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Why did you have to come to the fire maple forest? Why did you have to obtain Kacha? Before the extremely cold words from Li Bingrui's mouth sounded, the cold ice below, which was firmly controlling Xiao Yan's body, suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was incomparably clear in Li Bingrui's ears at this moment. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread over the cold ice. So what if you've broken the ice seal? You won't be able to dodge this ice spirit slash. Die for me. The shout that was filled with murderous intent sounded once again. Under Li Bingrui's control, the speed of the giant sword's descent instantly became a little faster. Just as it was about to land on Xiao Yan's body, the latter lifted his head, his eyes filled with flames. A purple-gold clan tattoo shone between his eyebrows. At this moment, a palm-sized flaming roulette was spinning rapidly in his hand. In the middle of the roulette, there was a thumb-sized black dot. It was as deep as the void, emitting an endless illusory and devouring feeling. Most importantly, it seemed to contain a special power, Buddha's fury, reincarnation. As the shout sounded, it was as if the entire world was trembling. When Xiao Yan raised the roulette in his hand and pointed it at the giant sword above his head, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the black dot in the middle of the roulette. In an instant, the empty space above Xiao Yan's head instantly shattered. The strange black-colored light pillar collided with the enormous sword in the blink of an eye. Li Bingrui was immediately shocked to see that this enormous sword, which she had spent most of her strength to agglomerate, was actually gradually disintegrating under this strange black light. The strength on it became increasingly scattered until a crack line appeared on the enormous sword, causing a corner of the enormous sword to shatter. After which, cracks spread rapidly until the entire giant sword was covered by the cracks. With a bang, the attack that contained most of Li Bingrui's energy exploded. The remaining energy of the black light pillar broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. That's a grand skill of the ways. The special power within the Buddha's fury was Xianxia's way of the void. Although he had not sensed it personally, Li Bingrui could see it clearly. With her understanding of the power of ways, she obviously understood that skills of the ways could only be used by origin kings. Although it was normal for Xiaoyan to defeat her using this move, she was still unwilling to accept the fact that a returnance expert had comprehended a skill of the ways. Of course, even Xiaoyan did not know that the Buddha's fury he had created could perfectly fuse with the way of the void, becoming a so-called skill of the ways of the ways. Xiaoyan did not immediately rush toward the interior of the valley after breaking the enormous sword. Instead, he circulated the heavenly flame within his body once before moving. To be honest, when Li Bingrui had sealed his body with ice, he could not have broken it with just the mysterious fire. In a moment of desperation, he had borrowed the power of the bloodline in his body, the support of the giant elephant tactic, and even the dragon phoenix ancient armor. In the end, he had used the overbearing hidden force of the grade 8 collapse to barely break the ice. It had to be mentioned that Li Bingrui's way of the ice was indeed powerful. Whether it was its ability to suppress heavenly flames or its terrifying toughness, it was much more powerful than other experts of the same element. However, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless at all in order to find Yi Honglian. He had only used the Buddha's fury earlier because he had no other choice. If he had not done that, he probably would not have been able to endure Li Bingrui's attack. However, what surprised him was that it was extraordinarily effective. Xiaoyan no longer paid any attention to Li Bingrui after returning to his senses. With a single step, he used the Heaven's Annihilation steps and immediately charged into the valley. Li Bingrui's expression immediately changed when she saw this. She hurriedly chased after Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether she won or lost, she would never allow Xiaoyan to come into contact with Yi Honglian. She would never let her master leave her side. Bingru, just let him in. Just as Li Bingrui was about to move to stop Xiaoyan, Yi Honglian's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Li Bingrui's body immediately froze. Subsequently, she could only stay where she was with a bitter face. Chapter 1248. When Xiaoyan passed through the valley and arrived at the deepest part of the Green Mountain, a somewhat familiar scene appeared once again. In front of Xiaoyan was a cliff. It was flat and clean, as though it had been cut out by some kind of sharp weapon. Fire-red lotus flowers grew on the walls and gathered upwards. They were bathed in sunlight, and a blazing aura spread in the air. Below the cliff was a bottomless pool. The pool water was clear, and pebbles were placed at the bottom. Lotus flowers floated on the pebbles. Although they looked elegant, there was not a single fish in them. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Xiaoyan frowned as these words suddenly popped up from the corner of his mouth. He then looked up. Stone platforms floated in the air in front of him. Red lotus flowers bloomed on them, and they reached the top of the mountain. Although Xiaoyan did not take a closer look, he knew that there were exactly 100 stone platforms. With the experience of Gu Yu and Hai Mochen, Xiaoyan immediately guessed Yi Honglian's intention. Or rather, he had expected it. Although he had passed Li Bingrui, the 100-step stone platform was the true test for him. Unless he could pass the 100-step stone platform, he could forget about seeing Yi Honglian. Humph, the red lotus stone platform was specially prepared for you by Master. Even if you can pass me, you can forget about reaching the top of the mountain. Li Bingrui stepped forward with an ice-cold expression. Her beautiful eyes ruthlessly glared at the vicious person in front of her. In the end, she coldly snorted and did not do anything else. Since Yi Honglian had already opened her mouth, she would naturally not attack Xiaoyan. Even though this was the case, when she recalled that this fellow had actually a cluster of fire would still rise from the bottom of her heart. In front of the pool, Xiaoyan ignored Li Bingrui by the side. Instead, he slowly shut his eyes and exhaled a long breath. A pale blue fire flashed across his dark black pupils the moment he abruptly opened them. The Genesis chi in his body suddenly rose at this moment. Giant elephant art. Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry in his heart. His feet heavily stomped on the ground and his body immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived on the first stone platform. A turbulent strength once again erupted when his feet landed. Boom! Xiaoyan's foot landed and the stone platform that was floating in the air immediately sank down uncontrollably. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again leaped up and rushed to the next stone platform. Behind him, Li Bingrui coldly watched. Although Xiaoyan's movements were not slow, this was only the beginning. The higher he went, the more difficulties he would face. Xiaoyan stepped on the red lotus in the sky above the stone platform. His body continued to dash forward. Each time his feet stepped on the ground, the red lotus would be instantly destroyed, transforming into a fierce flame that burned intensely. When he flew forward, the flame would stick to his legs like sticky candy. Following the movement of his body, it swiftly climbed and spread. By the time Xiaoyan had rushed up half the stone steps, his entire golden body had already been completely wrapped by the flame. Xiaoyan's body was dripping with perspiration as he stood below. His expression had also become solemn because of this. Under the burning of the flames, Xiaoyan's golden body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden light on it was getting weaker and weaker, and some parts were even broken. The flames were rushing towards his body, causing Xiaoyan to have no choice but to use more of his strength to solidify his golden body. The giant elephant's skill itself required the strength of the physical body. Therefore, the exhaustion of this golden body also meant that Xiaoyan's strength was being exhausted at an accelerated rate. If this continued, it was likely that before he could reach the top, these flames would cause him to lose all his strength and collapse on the stone platform. Although your physical strength is tyrannical, it is nothing in front of the red lotus hellfire. By the side, Li Bingrui was completely unaware as she leaped forward and followed. Both of her feet stood in the empty air. Her two snow-white arms were hugged in front of her chest, blocking a large area of snow-white soft land. Her face was gloating as she watched Xiaoyan, who was clearly having a hard time, in front of her, waiting for him to fail. The red lotus hellfire had a terrifying flame that could devour the physical body. No matter how strong one's body was, it was like a thin piece of paper in front of the red lotus hellfire. Once it touched the body, it would instantly turn into nothingness. Of course, the red lotus hellfire was also known as the flame of nirvana. Once it was refined, the person who obtained it would have a physical body that was indestructible and invincible. However, as of now, Xiaoyan could not even reach the stone platform, so how could he refine the red lotus hellfire? Ha! Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the dragon phoenix ancient armor suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. The heavenly fire surged and condensed into an armor of heavenly fire outside his body. Then, his body suddenly shot out and went straight to the top of the mountain. On the cliff, Xiaoyan's body was covered in crimson flames. His golden body had been broken, and the armor of heavenly fire was rapidly weakening under the corrosion of the red lotus hellfire. Until now, Xiaoyan had only reached the 70th level of the stone platform. After the armor of heavenly fire was broken, it was the turn of the dragon phoenix ancient armor that Xiaoyan was so proud of. The dragon phoenix ancient armor had always been known to be impervious to fire and water. In the past, it had helped Xiaoyan to defend against external attacks. However, in front of the red lotus hellfire, it was still too weak. When Xiaoyan stepped onto the 80th level of the stone platform, he was already exhausted. The dragon phoenix ancient armor was still struggling to hold on, but Xiaoyan could only collapse on the stone platform in exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and endured the burning of the flames. When the dragon phoenix ancient armor on his body was broken, Xiaoyan's flesh and blood were quickly burned and shriveled under the burning of the heavenly fire. In a few minutes, Xiaoyan's hands were burned to the point that the white bones underneath were exposed. Even the bones were beginning to turn into ashes. Xiaoyan, whose face was completely unrecognizable, emitted a painful roar from his mouth. The flesh in front of his chest had already swiftly disappeared under the burning of the heavenly flame. His entire body involuntarily twitched intensely. Only a pale blue flame continued to rise within his eyes. Kacha! At a certain moment, a strange cracking sound rang out from within Xiaoyan's vortex. Xiaoyan's body suddenly came to a halt. Afterwards, his skeletal body suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth. It let out a deafening roar and a terrifying suction force surged out from its mouth. The roaring flames on his body were forcefully sucked into Xiaoyan's body. Under the violent burning of his heavenly fire, it was forcefully refined into surging energy, which was poured into the vortex. At the same time, Xiaoyan's presence rapidly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached late returnance. Even his body that had been consumed by the flames earlier had recovered. Huff! Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He raised his head and looked at the remaining stone platforms above his head. A ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. Soon after, his body suddenly leaped and once again shot up explosively, heading straight to the top of the mountain. The stone platform where Xiaoyan's foot had landed had actually shattered to pieces. Chapter 1249. At the top of the Green Mountain, there was a guzheng and a hut. When Xiaoyan reached the top, the hundreds of stone platforms below all collapsed. Red lotuses bloomed and flames rose in spirals. In the pool, the water turned into ice and the lotuses turned into fire. This also proved that the world did not necessarily have to be clear water to have no fish. In extremely cold water, naturally, no fish could survive. At the top of the Green Mountain, there was only a platform with a length and width of more than 30 meters. A hut was on the side of the cliff, surrounded by rocks and weeds. On a blue stone, there was a guzheng with a lotus painted on it, but there was no one there. After stabilizing himself, Xiaoyan gasped for breath for a while. Feeling the surging power in his body, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yi Honglian had held back. Otherwise, if he was really contaminated by the Red Lotus hellfire, Xiaoyan would not have the chance to stand here, let alone take the opportunity to break through his cultivation. You actually swallowed my Red Lotus hellfire? At this moment, a slightly angry woman's voice suddenly sounded. On the empty platform, the guzheng was fluctuated by an invisible force. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. Xiaoyan's body also knelt down in an instant. Behind him, Li Bingrui also quickly reached the top of the mountain, but she was not deterred by the pressure. With a cold face, she first looked at Xiaoyan, who was kneeling on the ground, then frowned and looked at the hut in front of her. She quickly bowed and saluted. Master, not only is this guy despicable and extremely shameless, but he also forcibly absorbed your mystical fire into his body to improve his cultivation and break through the shackles of the stone steps. In my opinion, it's better to throw him down the mountain and never set foot in the fire maple forest again. Junior thanks Senior for your kindness. Without Senior's permission, Junior's cultivation would not have improved. The two of them spoke in unison. Xiaoyan's words made Li Bingrui frown. Her cold eyes instantly fell on Xiaoyan and she said coldly, "Who is it? It's clearly you who is shameless and forcibly absorbed teacher's fire into your body." With a soft hum, the pressure that fell on Xiaoyan's head instantly dissipated. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a fiery red robe appeared on the platform. The latter was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, her fair and slender jade-like hands gently stroking the zither strings. Her fingertips plucked, and a beautiful zither sound came out. When Xiaoyan looked up, the scene in front of him was truly breathtaking. The woman's fiery red hair stirred one's heart. As it fluttered in the wind, the strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her appear even more seductive. Under the illumination of the sunlight, her cheeks appeared especially exquisite, as white and smooth as milk. Her pair of eyes were as translucent as gems, suffused with a bright light of wisdom. If one looked at her for too long, it seemed as if one would fall into her eyes. Her perky nose suddenly appeared adorable, and her fiery red lips were even more delicate and alluring. As her curves extended and one's line of sight widened, her graceful figure was completely taken into one's eyes. It had to be said that she was truly a stunner in the world. She is indeed different from those two rotten old men. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes rotated, and he immediately thought of Gu Yu and Haimochin. They were both heavenly flames, and they were both left behind by the two Shi ancient god. The gap between Yi Honglian and the two of them was really great. If those two old men were to transform into women, that appearance, Xiaoyan really did not dare to imagine. Buzz! Soon after, Yi Honglian's slender fingertips gently plucked the zither strings while Xiaoyan was absent-minded. An invisible wave swept out, and sent Xiaoyan flying by the time he lifted his head. Fortunately, Xiaoyan recovered in time. Just before he fell off the cliff, he relied on the sky absolute steps to stand up and stabilize his body. If you dare to do so again, I will send you out of this place. This junior knows his mistake. Xiaoyan immediately bowed respectfully and apologized after Yi Honglian's words sounded. Li Bingrui by the side was eager for Yi Honglian to chase Xiaoyan away. Her pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Her eyes were filled with disgust. However, Yi Honglian ignored her and continued to play her zither. She appeared to be unconcerned about Xiaoyan's motive for coming here. Bing, the water in the pool has frozen. Don't you want to go and take a look? A long while later, Yi Honglian once again spoke after Li Bingrui had become impatient from standing. The latter's pretty face immediately changed when she heard this. She seemed to have thought of something, but she glanced at Xiaoyan by the side. She hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully to Yi Honglian, after which she descended the mountain by herself. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Honglian did not say anything else, and Xiaoyan did not move. Only the sound of the zither could be heard on the mountain peak. Until a certain moment, only after the song ended did Yi Honglian stabilize the zither. She lifted a pair of eyes that were filled with charm and looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. At this moment, the latter was still in a respectful posture with his waist bent. His forehead was filled with perspiration. Only when Yi Honglian's gaze shot over did he raise his body slightly. Do you know why I was unwilling to talk to you earlier? Senior is testing this junior's willpower. This junior will naturally do his best to complete it. Xiaoyan said respectfully. However, he secretly curled his lips. If she did not say it, who knew what her real intention was? There is no need to flatter me. I know what you are thinking in your heart. It is not important to me and I do not care. As long as you do not say it, it does not matter. I only have one disciple, Bing. If you do not send her away, you can forget about getting close to me, much less obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Now that Bing has left, let's talk about you. Junior, please speak. Xiaoyan hurriedly bowed respectfully after Yi Honglian's words sounded. After his previous actions, he did not dare to easily look at this woman in front of him. As the saying went, a femme fatale. These words were true. Since those two old fellows, Gu Yu and Haimochin, have chosen you, there is nothing I can say. I can hand the Red Lotus Hellfire to you. However, before that, you must agree to a request of mine. If you are unable to do so, then, Senior, this junior will do his best to fulfill your request. This time around, before the former's voice had even sounded, Xiaoyan had already expressed his determination with a firm face. His righteous manner appeared to be somewhat heroic. Yi Honglian laughed in a somewhat mocking manner when she saw this. She teased. Then, you should marry Bing and treat her well for the rest of her life. Senior, once these words were uttered, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly stiffened. Yi Honglian's actions were the same as pushing him into the fire pit. Forget about Li Bingrui's opinion of him, it was likely that he would not be able to answer to Luo Jin. If he really agreed to Yi Honglian's request, would he not be torn apart by Luo Jin? Let's do it this way. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. Yi Honglian spoke with an attractive smile on her face. Seeing Xiaoyan's dull face, it was clear that he had yet to recover from the shock from earlier. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. From today onwards, I will allow Bing to follow you. You can choose not to marry her, but you must protect her. If anything happens to her, I am willing to die under the lightning penalty. Xiaoyan also opened his mouth when Yi Honglian's words sounded. His expression was firm. Not long after, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The lightning penalty oath was thus formed. Chapter 1250. The next day, when the sun had just risen from the eastern horizon, Xianxia, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed past the depths of his pitch-black eyes, and the aura around his body shook slightly. Soon after, it was withdrawn into his body. After an entire night of continuous condensation, the cultivation that he had broken through yesterday had already become much more solid. Next, he should prepare to refine the flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. Out of Xiaoyan's expectations, Yi Honglian actually held the complete flame mantra chi method in her hands. Yi Honglian did not understand the reason for this. She only remembered that when she transformed into her human form, this chi method had already been stored in her mind. Only yesterday did she hand it over to Xiaoyan. Obtaining the complete flame mantra chi method was definitely a pleasant surprise for Xiaoyan. Now that the flame mantra was complete, as long as he refined it, he could begin to prepare to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire. At that time, Xiaoyan believed that his cultivation would definitely leap to the Origin King realm. However, he did not know if his cultivation would be able to reach the Origin King realm if he added the remaining geocentric milk marrow in his hands. Once he reached that level, coupled with the methods that Xiaoyan currently possessed, it was likely that no one in the extreme south would be able to truly threaten him. Even if the two great sects joined hands, he would be completely fearless. Of course, this was on the premise that the Burning Flame Valley was not implicated. After resting for a while, Xiaoyan once again closed his eyes and focused. He looked inside his mind and saw a fist-sized scarlet-red ball of light in his mind. This was the entire flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. The ball of light looked like a fiery red lotus in full bloom. There was a circle of red light surrounding it, and it emitted a blazing aura. Although it wasn't some special power, it was still surprising. With the experience from the two previous times, the process of refining the flame mantra was just as smooth as before. In less than 4 hours, all the information within the ball of light had been completely absorbed by Xiaoyan, becoming a part of him. Afterwards, Xiaoyan used the momentum to cultivate crazily. His cultivation completely stabilized at late returnance, and he even approached the peak of late returnance. However, Xiaoyan purposefully suppressed it and stopped in the end. Although he could indeed use the power of the flame mantra to reach the peak of late returnance in a single stroke, the path of cultivation still needed to be steady. Being too hasty would only lead to the opposite effect. Of course, even though that was the case, Xiaoyan had gone from late origin transformation to late returnance in half a year. He had crossed an entire level of cultivation. This speed could be described as extremely shocking. Once news of this spread, it would probably attract many hostile gazes. Your presence has condensed and your cultivation has completely stabilized. It looks like refining the flame mantra has benefited you quite a bit. Yi Honglian raised her eyes and looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. Although her tone was ordinary, there was a surprise that flashed across the deep regions of her eyes. Even if the cultivation method was powerful, the cultivation and growth of one's cultivation depended on one's own ability. If it were an ordinary person, they would not necessarily be able to achieve such a miraculous effect even with the assistance of a peak cultivation method. I have to thank Senior for handing the entire flame mantra to me. If it weren't for that, I would not have been able to consolidate my cultivation. The latter curled her mouth and smiled when she heard this. She was too lazy to say anything more. Her delicate finger once again stroked the zither in front of her. As a melodious zither sound appeared, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. A red glow was quietly released, after which it spread apart. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew into a beautiful red lotus. A flame curled on it, emitting an especially frightening high temperature. This was the thing that Xiaoyan had come to the fire maple forest to search for. It was the karmic fire of the red lotus. The moment he saw the fire lotus in front of him, Xiaoyan's breathing paused for an instant. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the fire lotus in front of him. The heated expression in his eyes was self-evident. The excitement in his heart caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he returned to the southern region, he had been thinking about this matter. He had investigated in many ways in order to find the Hellfire of the Red Lotus as soon as possible. Now, the Hellfire of the Red Lotus, which was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Flame list, had finally appeared in front of him. There was no illusion, no obstruction. This Hellfire of the Red Lotus was something that Xiaoyan could obtain at the moment. Boy, I know you have been waiting for this moment for a long time, but I still have to remind you again. Remember what I said, and also remember your promise. You must ensure Bing-er's safety. Although there is a lightning punishment oath in front of you, you must remember that I will always be watching you. After Yi Honglian's last sentence, her figure, which was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, gradually dissipated in the breeze. Only the last sentence, which was full of strange and cold, reverberated in Xiaoyan's mind. It took him a long time to gradually recover his senses. Immediately after, the Hellfire of the Red Lotus in front of him became violent in an instant. Boom! A frightening flame strength immediately swept apart. The grand flame was just like a newborn sun that shone on this green mountain. The mountain rocks swiftly crumbled and the straw cottage was instantly incinerated into nothingness. The life force on the surrounding land also immediately disappeared. There were even some flames that violently pounced toward Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This time, Xiaoyan did not have any elixirs to assist him. However, in his hand, there was still a sharp weapon. With a flip of his palm, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a thumb-sized blue ice crystal appeared above his palm. It was the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul. The moment the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul appeared, a chilly wind suddenly blew in the originally scorching hot world. Xiaoyan's palm was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. Countless pieces of ice condensed in the air, and the weather on the mountain top quickly became cold. The climate of the world was constantly alternating between ice and fire. Controlling the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul, Xiaoyan flicked his finger and shot it directly into the Hellfire of the Red Lotus. Then, with a wave of his hand, the light blue flames immediately rushed up and swallowed all the crimson flames. The Fire Lotus was wrapped into a palm-sized ball of light. The outer layer was the light blue flames, and the inner layer of the Hellfire of the Red Lotus was temporarily suppressed by the Extreme Arctic Ice Soul. Next, it was time for Xiaoyan to devour it. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan widened his mouth and swallowed the cluster of light. Soon after, a frightening strength suddenly erupted. Like a wild and violent wild beast, it barged into Xiaoyan's body in all directions. Chapter 1251. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the mountain peak under the clear blue sky. He appeared like an old monk meditating. He was completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. All of his attention was focused on refining the Red Lotus karmic fire within his body. Boom! Within the vortex, the Red Lotus Hellfire was still incomparably wild despite the obstruction and suppression of the Heavenly Flame and the Extreme Cold Ice Soul. Wave after wave of hot flames continued to sweep across Xiaoyan's body, wantonly destroying it. The frightening high temperature caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily grimace despite his mental fortitude. The muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. Cold sweat poured out and the skin all over his body turned red. In addition, the Extreme Frost Ice Spirit also emitted an extremely cold aura while frantically suppressing the Red Lotus karmic fire. At the same time, it also froze Xiaoyan's body. Icicles constantly formed in Xiaoyan's body, turning his meridians, flesh, blood, and even bones icy cold. If it weren't for the heavenly fire protecting his body and the constant flow of Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's body would have been completely destroyed by the two extremes. In addition to resisting the pain caused by the two types of energy in his body, Xiaoyan also used the blaze mantra to frantically refine and absorb the heavenly fire. Heavenly fire constantly rose from the center of the cyclone, forcibly merging the Red Lotus karmic fire and the Extreme Frost Ice Spirit together, causing the two to gradually reach a balance. When Xiaoyan could withstand the berserk power of the two, He began to refine the Red Lotus karmic fire with the help of the blaze mantra under the control of the heavenly fire. Borrowing the short moment of balance between the two, Xiaoyan frantically refined the strength of the Red Lotus hellfire, gradually guiding it into the path of the Qi method of the flame mantra. After a long period of refinement, it returned to the vortex. This was only the first step of the successful refinement. Until a certain moment, boom. Before Xiaoyan could completely refine and devour the Red Lotus karmic fire, the last bit of power contained in the extreme frost ice spirit was exhausted, and the terrifying power once again lost control. The power that had been suppressed for a long time instantly erupted, and the ferocious flames instantly destroyed all the defenses set up in Xiaoyan's body. Without any warning or preparation, the Red Lotus karmic fire rushed out of Xiaoyan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was once again reduced to a skeleton. His blood was burned and his flesh destroyed, leaving only his skeleton and spirit power to frantically resist the Red Lotus karmic fire's fury. Ha! A silent angry cry was transmitted from deep within Xiaoyan's spirit. A pale blue flame immediately spat out from his empty eyes. It was like a volcano erupting as it swiftly spread throughout his entire body. In the blink of an eye, every bone on this frightening red flame person's body was filled with pale blue flame. The flame mantra Qi method was being circulated to its limit at this moment. It could even be seen that at the lower abdomen of Xiaoyan's skeleton body, a green-red flame tornado was rotating with a hoo-hoo sound. Every wisp of flame that was burning on his body was being pulled by this tornado and was gradually sucked into it, becoming a part of this tornado. At the same time, the icy aura in the frozen pool at the foot of the mountain was constantly being pulled by some kind of force, and the ice in the pool also melted and dissipated. Blaze mantra. Refine for me. On the mountain peak, when the scarlet red flame gradually disappeared, Xiaoyan's physical body actually appeared once again. After experiencing the cruel refinement of the heavenly flame, his current body was even stronger than before. Under his thin body, every inch of his muscles and even every cell contained a strength that was several times or even 100 times stronger than before. In his body, the refinement of the Red Lotus hellfire had also been gradually completed. Next, all he needed to do was to merge it with the bone-chilling flame, sea heart flame and the seed flames that he had already refined. Then, everything would be considered complete. In the outside world, not long after Xiaoyan entered the Fire Maple Forest, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect officially announced their alliance to the outside world. The situation in the extreme south had also become grim because of this. This matter caused an uproar among countless people. No one could understand why the Heavenly Puppet Sect, as a human race, would ally with the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, betray their identity as humans, and collude with the Magical Beast clan. Wouldn't such actions be despised by the world? It was also because of this that many factions in the extreme south, who prided themselves as great factions, chose to join the Burning Flame Valley one after another. On one hand, it was to clarify their position as humans. On the other hand, it was also to find a good backer for themselves. After all, if the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined hands and wantonly massacred the large and small factions in the extreme south, they did not think that they had the ability to resist. As for surrendering, the Burning Flame Valley had the Burning Sky Ancestor, a Source Ancestor, overseeing it. Compared to the two sects, the existence of this expert was much more realistic than the various threats. The Burning Flame Valley was not so stupid as to accept all the factions that joined and supported them. After a rough selection, a portion of the factions with a clean background joined. As for the others, they either had other motives or purely came to protect themselves. Naturally, the Burning Flame Valley would not allow them to join. The alliance of the two sects in the extreme south had helped the Burning Flame Valley to consolidate their strength in a certain aspect. However, this kind of action was clearly within their expectations. Therefore, half a year after the two sects joined hands, they organized the first purge of the factions within the Burning Flame Valley. This battle had also completely pulled apart the situation in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley did not show any signs of weakness towards the invasion of the two sections. They wantonly mobilized their troops to suppress the two sections. During this period of time, large and small battles were unceasingly fought and the situation was especially intense. It could be said that the land within 1,000 miles was dyed red and smoke filled the sky. Many cities were destroyed in the endless flames of war. Until now, the borders of both sides would be invaded almost every day. This battle lasted for an entire 3 years. During these 3 years, the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects had fought no less than 1,000 battles. However, it was ultimately difficult to determine a victor. However, the two sects did not seem to be worried at all. Not only were they not anxious or nervous, they even continuously expanded their own strength. The eastern part of the extreme south was originally outside of the 3 sections. However, the two sects had already extended their hands there. Even the southwestern border had long been rumored to have been involved by the Heavenly Puppet sect. Currently, that place was a complete mess and no one could manage it. As matters stood, a large area of the entire southern region had basically fallen into the hands of the two sections. The battle between both sides was constantly tense and the true big battle was about to arrive. However, it was also at this moment that Xianxia, who had been seated cross-legged in the depths of the fire maple forest in the southern part of the extreme south, finally slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 1252. At the top of the cliff, Xianxia's eyes, which had been tightly shut for 3 years, finally opened slowly at this moment. At the same time, a purple flame flashed across the depths of his eyes. After 3 years of refining and absorbing, the red lotus hellfire had finally completely merged with the heavenly flame in his body. He stood up and twisted his body gently. A burst of firecracker-like crackling sounds came from the bones all over his body. The comfortable feeling of relaxation made Xianxia unable to help but let out a long breath. Feeling the abundant power in his body, the corners of his mouth also revealed a satisfied smile. However, Xianxia immediately felt a cold gaze. Turning his head to look, he saw Li Bingrui, who was wearing a blue dress and had a pretty face, standing on a cliff behind him. The cold killing intent was also caused by her. "How is it? Are you happy and satisfied? But my teacher is no longer here. All of this is because of you." Li Bingrui's heart was filled with resentment when she saw Xianxia's perfectly fine appearance. She did not expect Xianxia to obtain the red lotus yi flame as he wished after she had left despite her master clearly being unwilling to bother with Xianxia back then. Although she had left her retreat, she could only watch Xianxia continue to refine the yi flame. Of course, Li Bingrui could take advantage of that time to kill Xianxia, but she knew that if Yi Honglian did not want to, Xianxia would not have been able to refine the red lotus hellfire. Moreover, she did not want to take advantage of Xianxia. If she wanted to fight, she wanted to defeat Xianxia fair and square. In addition, before she left, Yi Honglian clearly showed that she did not want to care about Xianxia. However, after she left, this kind of thing happened again. It was obvious that Yi Honglian was just doing it for her to see. Her purpose was probably to prevent her from continuing to obstruct her. Thinking of this in her heart, Li Bingrui's killing intent could not help but lessen a little. However, when she thought about it, because Xianxia caused her to lose her teacher and her only family in this world, she still could not let go of her killing intent towards him. "Sorry, I can understand your feelings, but you understand." Just as the last word was about to escape her mouth, Li Bingrui suddenly recalled the hooligan behavior that Xianxia had done to her back then. This caused her face to reveal an embarrassed and furious expression. At the same time, the suppressed killing intent in her heart suddenly rose. With a wave of her jade-like hand, an ice-long sword immediately condensed in the air. After which, her delicate body shook and she charged towards Xianxia without any hesitation. "Bastard, I'll make you pay." The distance between the two was not far, and with Li Bingrui's current skills, her movements were naturally faster. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in her hand had already reached Xianxia's jaw. In the next second, she could easily take Xianxia's life. However, compared to Li Bingrui, Xianxia's movements were several times faster. When the long sword pierced towards him, Xianxia quickly extended 3 fingers and caught the tip of the long sword. In an instant, he was able to control the long sword in his hand, causing it to be unable to advance any further. "Humph!" Seeing this scene again, Li Bingrui wasn't too surprised. Instead, the long sword in her hand violently jerked as Genesis Qi surged from her body. A wave of icy qi immediately spread along the long sword and rapidly attacked Xiao Yan's hand. However, this frightening cold air, which had once caused Xiao Yan to feel great pressure, was actually vaporized by an invisible hot energy when it reached Xiao Yan's palm this time around. If Li Bingrui was not surprised at the previous scene, the appearance of this scene caused her expression to change drastically. How is this possible? I'm too lazy to listen. A 2-star origin king, huh? Not bad. Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile. Soon after, he exerted a little force with his fingertips. An invisible force immediately surged along the sword. With a crack, the entire blade broke, causing Li Bingrui to take half a step back. She then looked at Xiao Yan in disbelief. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiao Yan would not have been able to completely ignore her icy Genesis Qi. Your cultivation is far above mine. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. Soon after, he said, let's not talk about this first. Let's leave this place first. I've spent quite some time refining the heavenly flame, and I don't know how the situation is at the burning flame valley. Let's go. After finishing, Xiao Yan turned around to leave. However, Li Bingrui remained unmoved. Although she was filled with complaints towards Xiao Yan in her heart, she also understood that it was impossible for her to kill the other party with her current cultivation. No matter how much she complained, it was useless. Seeing that Li Bingrui was unwilling to leave, Xiao Yan looked towards her again. His gaze swept up and down as he pondered for a moment. Your master told you to follow me. She told me to protect you. If you still listen to her, follow me. If you insist on staying here, I won't say anything else. Xiao Yan no longer paid any attention to her. He lifted his foot and headed towards the northern horizon. Behind him, Li Bingrui hesitated for a moment before following with a cold expression. As for what Xiao Yan had said, Yi Honglian had seen the message her master had left for her when she came out of seclusion. However, she was indeed unwilling to see the person who had caused her to lose her master. If not for Yi Honglian's final instructions, she would definitely not follow this shameless and despicable person in front of her. Now that Xiao Yan's cultivation had stepped into the Origin King realm, it was much faster to cross the fire maple forest again. In just a few hours, he had crossed countless mountains and forests and met Zhu Hao and his son again at the periphery of the fire maple forest. However, rather than saying that they had met, it was better to say that they had been waiting here for a long time. After both parties exchanged some pleasantries, Xiao Yan led Li Bingrui and continued to head north. Zhu Hao, on the other hand, watched the backs of the two people as they left. This was especially the case for Xiao Yan. This kid, no wonder my lord asked me to save him. In just 3 years, his cultivation has reached such a level. However, why is there something else in his aura? Zhu Hao was talking about the Red Lotus Hellfire. On the other hand, Zhu Kan by the side stared at Li Bingrui's departing back with a face full of fear. He had never forgotten this person who had cast a shadow on him when he was young. If it was not because of how frightening Li Bingrui was back then, it was likely that he would not have been able to escape from this fire maple forest. Sigh, you little brat, when can you be like those two? You're the one with the most perfect bloodline awakening out of all of my blood flame birds. If you embarrass me in the future, I'll pluck your feathers and use them as a fan. The moment these words were spoken, Zhu Kan immediately shrunk his head back with a face full of fear. Taking the opportunity when Zhu Hao was shaking his head, Zhu Kan gave a silly smile, turned around, and disappeared into the deep regions of the mountain forest. That speed was likely something that even the current Xiao Yan would be a little surprised if he saw it. The chapters of The Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like The Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. Chapter 1253. After leaving the fire maple forest, Xiao Yan and Shui Yu continued to head north. When they passed by the poison cave, Xiao Yan's swiftly flying figure paused for a moment. Thinking back to the battle back then, It was Xiao Mingyuan who had appeared in the end to save him and Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had already gone to the central region. If he wanted to see Xiao Xian again, Xiao Yan needed to head to the central region first. However, before that, it was best to return to the Burning Flame Valley to take a look. The two of them swiftly passed through a large wasteland along the way. In the past, they would have needed 2 to 3 days to pass through the endless desert. This time around, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian merely used a couple of hours. By the time the two of them reached the border of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the city that Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian had once passed through, it was already late. Night had quietly descended without anyone noticing. The two of them originally had no intention of stopping, but just as they flew above the city, the conversation of the people in the city drifted into Xiao Yan's ears. "Sigh, I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be." Logically speaking, the Burning Flame Valley should be superior. After all, they have a Genesis sect expert like the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect. With him around, the Burning Flame Valley should be fine. That may be the case, but it's said that the sect master's puppet is extremely powerful. It's already comparable to a 9-star Origin Emperor, and he himself is an Origin Emperor. With the two of them working together, it's said that they can even put up a fight against a Genesis sect expert. Moreover, the sect master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect is a peak Origin Emperor. If the two of them work together with the indestructible puppet, even the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect might not be able to defeat them. Many people in the surroundings revealed expressions of regret when they reached there. After all, the Burning Flame Valley was once the strongest organization in the extreme south. However, now that the two great sects had joined hands, even with the Burning Flame Valley's foundation, it would be difficult for them to be a match. However, just as they finished speaking, a fair hand stealthily landed on the shoulder of one of them. At the same time, a slightly gloomy voice was transmitted into their ears. "What did you say happened in the Burning Flame Valley?" The sudden voice caused the expressions of the surrounding people to instantly change. Just as they were about to turn around and berate, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly descended on their heads. The bodies of the few people were instantly intimidated by this pressure to the point that they were unable to move. The emotions in the bottom of their hearts had also turned into panic. They had never imagined that such a strong person would actually attack them. Could it be that it was because they had spoken a few words about the Burning Flame Valley? However, this place was clearly within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A moment later, under the pressure of Xiao Yan, someone finally revealed all the information that he knew. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little after he heard it. Instead, it became even more gloomy. Although these fellows boasted in front of others, they only knew about the battle between the two sects and the Burning Flame Valley. They were completely unaware of the exact number of experts from both parties. This kind of information was worse than nothing to Xiao Yan. "Sir, this is indeed all the information that we know. Please be magnanimous. If you wish to know more information, you should head to the city governor's mansion in the city. There is currently a Origin King expert from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate present there. He should..." Before the person in front of him could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already locked onto the only Origin King level expert in the city at this moment. Subsequently, his body suddenly flashed and disappeared from this dark night street. At the same time, deep within a mansion in the city, an ugly large man was currently sitting naked on a bed. He was hugging a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Their two bodies were tightly entwined together. Their bodies continued to move against each other as lewd laughter and moans reverberated endlessly in the hall. However, at a certain moment, the sound suddenly stopped. The beautiful woman's throat had already been cut by an invisible force. As for the large man, his throat had already been grabbed by a large white hand. His entire body was lifted into the air. The crazed expression in his eyes from a moment ago had yet to disappear. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by endless fear. In front of him, a handsome man wearing a black robe was standing alone. His expression was extremely dark and cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared at him. "Who are you?" the large man spat out with difficulty. The emotions in his heart were incomparably terrified. He didn't even sense the latter's aura and was actually controlled by the person in front of him. This was truly unbelievable. Now, answer whatever I ask. Xiaoyan ignored the latter's words as he spoke in a faint voice. Immediately, he opened his mouth to inquire. However, this fellow did not appear to be willing to easily cooperate. He was just about to resist when Xiaoyan randomly broke both of his arms. The large man's mouth involuntarily emitted a painful wail. Answer whatever I ask. If there's a next time, it won't be just like this. The hand holding the large man tightened slightly, and the latter's already flushed face couldn't help but tremble. He could only hurriedly respond. Afterwards, Xiaoyan asked about the specific situation between the three sections. It was also at this moment that Li Bingrui entered the room from outside the hall. However, when she saw the **** scene in the hall, her face immediately became as red as fire. Her eyes quickly glanced at Xiaoyan's body. After which, she curled her lips and quickly turned around to leave the hall. After a long while, when Xiaoyan came out, the two of them didn't exchange much words. They once again stepped into the air and quickly flew towards the northern horizon. After the interrogation earlier, only then did Xiaoyan know that he had already been in a retreat for over 3 years. During these 3 years, the situation in the extreme south had undergone a tremendous change. All of this was just as Ancestor Fentian had predicted back then. The most important point was that the two sects had already turned out in full force not long ago. Almost all of the experts had joined forces and headed towards the Burning Flame Valley. The purpose of this trip seemed to be to destroy the Burning Flame Valley. Their momentum was so great that it was rumored that there were dozens of experts above the king level. This was what Xiaoyan was most worried about. Other people might not know, but he clearly understood that other than this group of dozens of experts, there were definitely experts from the Ghost Hall behind them. Once those people attacked, it would be difficult to protect them even with the Burning Heaven ancestor present. Moreover, the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua were definitely still waiting for his return in the Burning Flame Valley. This time, no matter what, he needed to hurry back to the Burning Flame Valley before the big battle. With this thought, Xiaoyan's forward speed increased. Although Li Bingrui was complaining in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth when she saw Xiaoyan's dark expression. She could only circulate the Genesis Qi in her body and do her best to catch up to Xiaoyan. Chapter 1254. After exiting the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xiaoyan swiftly headed in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. Li Bingrui followed closely behind him. With Xiaoyan's current speed, passing through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect at full speed was many times faster than before. In the dark night, the two of them were just like shooting stars as they streaked across the horizon. In a couple of blinks of an eye, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Even some of the experts in the city below could only see two blurry light figures flashing past at the very most. It was difficult for them to capture the figures of the latter. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. 3 years had changed many things. The originally tense situation in the extreme south had been completely pulled apart. The two sects had joined hands, and the Burning Flame Valley did not give any face to the other party. Now, it had even implicated the upper echelons of the sections. From the looks of it, they did not intend to continue being content with their lot. Although the Burning Flame Valley had the mental support of the Burning Sky ancestor in this battle, he was after all the only Origin sect expert. On the other hand, the other party's two sect leaders were people whose fighting strength could fight against an ordinary Origin sect expert. Moreover, there were quite a number of experts at the Origin King level and above in the other party's group. Even though the Burning Flame Valley's experts had tyrannical fighting strength, they were ultimately defeated in terms of numbers. If this dragged on, it was likely that it would be difficult for them to win. To Xiaoyan, the most important thing was Ghost Palace. If it were not for the secret support of these people who were neither human nor ghost, it would be impossible for the two large sects to be so rampant. At the end of the day, it was still because of those people. With the speed of the two of them, they had already entered the territory of the Burning Flame Valley by the morning of the second day. The dense smoke in the air had also become much fainter. Upon reaching this place, the emotions within Xiao Yan's heart had also become a little warmer. They had finally returned to the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. This also meant that they were not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. Huff! Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. A fiery light flashed within his eyes. After which, his body shook and the speed at which he was charging suddenly increased. There were few signs of human habitation on a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, not a single beast could be seen. A gentle breeze blew across the land, giving it a cool and unrestrained feeling. Coupled with the clear blue sky, it could be considered a treasure land. Suddenly, a wave of rushing wind sounds could be heard from the horizon. Soon after, two rays of light flashed past one after another. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived direction. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the other side. In the sky, they could be considered as a treasure land. Li Bingrui involuntarily frowned when she saw Xiao Yan's body stop. A suspicious expression was revealed on her face. Soon after, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the north. At the edge of his sight, there were a few familiar auras. However, he could sense that those auras were gradually weakening. If this continued, the owners of those auras would likely die. A thought passed through his mind. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between Xiao Yan's brows immediately swept out. It swiftly spread out. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the situation in the distance had been completely absorbed into his mind. That is, the Fong clan and the heavenly puppet sect. Xiao Yan softly muttered as he withdrew his spiritual strength. With his enormous spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that other than the Fong clan, there was also an expert from the heavenly puppet sect, a Yuan King-level expert. Adding the puppet with frightening fighting strength, it was only natural that the Fong clan would be defeated. Due to his impression of the Fong clan, Xiao Yan was originally unwilling to take action. However, the matter now concerned the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, the Fong clan was also within the Burning Flame Valley. Due to various reasons, Xiao Yan finally moved after some hesitation. He swiftly flew towards the Fong clan. Today, the Fong clan could be said to be incomparably miserable. Back then, they had not clearly stated that they wanted to join the Burning Flame Valley, and had also turned a deaf ear to the threat of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. As a result, both parties were now treating them with disdain. Even begging for mercy was no longer of any use. Even if they wanted to compromise and join the heavenly puppet sect, they were actually beaten back by the other party. As matters stood, the Fong clan could be said to be isolated and without help. They had become enemies with all sides. Most importantly, none of these opponents were people that they could afford to offend. This was the reason why they could not afford to offend them. An elder from the heavenly puppet sect had single-handedly challenged his entire clan by himself and a puppet. The entire Fong clan had used all their strength, but they were actually unable to last more than 10 rounds against the other party. As for the clan leader, Fong Qi, who had the strongest cultivation in the clan, he was also beaten to the point that he was unable to retaliate. At this moment, he already appeared to be on the verge of death. Back then the heavenly puppet sect, kindly invited your Fong clan to join us, but you refused. Now, you know to beg for mercy? In the Fong clan's mansion, an old man wearing the uniform of the heavenly puppet sect slowly descended from the sky. He looked at Fong Qi, who was currently lying on the ground, with a disdainful expression. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The remaining members of the Fong clan in the surroundings had either been killed or injured in the previous battle. Even the 3 elders of the clan were unable to block a single attack from this person. On the other side, a silver puppet was currently slaughtering the remaining members of the Fong clan in an unbridled manner. This old man walked step by step towards Fong Qi, and a foot descended towards Fong Qi's head, intending to kill him on the spot. However, in the next instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Fong Qi's son, Fong Jitsong, suddenly flashed forward, intending to stop the old man. "Get lost from my father's side." A furious roar rang out from Fong Jitsong's mouth. A punch that contained all the strength in his body violently smashed towards the old man's head. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Seeing this, the old man laughed instead of being angry. He casually waved his sleeve towards Fang Jitsong, who was attacking him. The soft sleeve immediately became as hard as steel and violently smashed onto Fang Jitsong's body. With just this attack, not only did it send him flying, it also instantly caused Fang Jitsong to be seriously injured. Seeing that his son was seriously injured, Fang Qi immediately struggled to get up. However, his chest was immediately stepped on by the old man. Before he could spit out the words from his mouth, another large mouthful of blood surged out. His body, which was already seriously injured, was now exhaling more than it was taking in. Kakik, today is the day that your Fang clan will be annihilated. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who asked you to act smart and actually have the delusion of drifting between the three great sects? From today onwards, in the extreme south, no one will be able to go against the will of my heavenly puppet sect. As the sinister laughter rang out, the old man once again raised his foot, intending to stomp down on Fang Qi's head for the final time. However, it was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the next second, this Origin King expert of the Heavenly Puppet sect had already been stepped on by a domineering force. Before he could even react, he was killed by Xianxia. Chapter 1255. After killing the elder of the Heavenly Puppet sect with a single strike, the puppet on the other side also instantly stopped moving. Looking around the messy courtyard, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. After decisively keeping the old fellow's storage ring and the puppet, he prepared to leave. Mr. Xianxia? However, just at this moment, Fang Jitsong, who had been sent flying, struggled to climb up. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the young man in front of him. He did not expect that after 3 years, he would actually be saved by Xianxia once again. Moreover, the strength that Xianxia displayed today was actually so terrifying. Is something the matter? Xianxia did not dislike Fang Jitsong. However, saving them was just a temporary thought. At this moment, since the matter was resolved, there was naturally no need to continue staying. Is Mr. Xianxia going to the Burning Flame Valley? The Burning Flame Valley is about to start a war with the two sections. Naturally, I have to rush back to help. Xianxia nodded his head. However, he felt a trace of suspicion towards Fang Jitsong's question in his heart. Since he already knew, why did he need to ask? However, the location of the war between the two sects is not in the Burning Flame Valley. What did you say? When Fang Jitsong's words left his mouth, Xianxia's expression immediately changed. If it was not in the Burning Flame Valley, what was the use even if he rushed back now? Are you certain? I am certain that the agreed battlefield between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects is not in the Burning Flame Valley. Instead, it is in the southern barbarian city, which is south of the Burning Flame Valley. That is one of the strongholds of the Burning Flame Valley. Both sides had already fought fiercely a few days ago. However, the people from the two sects did not use their full strength. Instead, it seemed that they were testing the Burning Flame Valley. Fang Jitsong did not hide anything and told Xianxia everything that he knew. Perhaps, he wanted to use this to create a chance for his Fang clan and the Burning Flame Valley. After all, the current Fang clan could no longer withstand any destruction. How do you know all this? Xianxia knitted his brows. Since the Fang clan did not join the Burning Flame Valley, how would he know so clearly about the battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects? Because the Fang family has sent out spies to constantly monitor the situation between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sections. This is the news that the spies of the Fang family sent back yesterday. It is also because of this that the experts of the Heavenly Puppet sect have been provoked. At the end of his words, Fang Jitsong could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There were many things that he did not want to do, nor did he want to understand. However, his father was, after all, the head of the clan, and many things were not up to him to decide. If Fang Qi had not hesitated and refused to clarify his position, and instead took the opportunity to curry favor with the three sects, perhaps his Fang family would not be in such a situation today. In the end, it was Xiao Yan who saved them. Xiao Yan nodded his head when he heard Fang Jizong's words. After which, his toes pressed on the ground and he leaped into the sky. He called out to Li Bingrui and the two of them quickly turned into two rays of light that swiftly flew toward the southeast. The southern barbaric city was located in the southeast of the Burning Flame Valley and was connected to the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect. There were continuous mountain ranges on both sides, spanning tens of thousands of miles. In front was a vast forest, while behind was a vast plain. The two completely different terrains were separated by mountains, causing the southern barbaric city to appear even more distinct. The city was built in the narrow crevice of the mountain range. This place was originally a river channel, but the city borrowed the terrains on both sides and was built on top of the river channel. Looking from afar, the surging river water rushed out from below the city gate, giving it the majestic aura of a magnificent army. However, at this moment, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley were standing on top of the city tower. Their solemn gazes looked at the group of experts in the distance outside the city, and their hearts were filled with nervousness. This time, the two great sects could be said to have sent out all their elites. All the experts at the Origin King level and above added up to over 30 people. In addition to the puppet that the Heavenly Puppet sect relied on for survival, the trouble that the Burning Flame Valley would face in this battle was truly quite a lot. Valley Chief, there are 3 elders in the valley who are seriously injured in yesterday's battle. I'm afraid that they are unable to participate in today's battle. In this way, in terms of the number of experts we have, they are planning to use this method to drag us down. First, they will use those damn puppets as the vanguard, causing our elders to exhaust a large amount of their strength. After which, they will attack us one by one. If this continues, these elders will not be able to endure for a few days. Humph, nibbling away at our strength. What a good method! The Burning Sky ancestor clenched his fist tightly under his sleeves. Although he was furious in his heart, there was nothing he could do. His Burning Flame Valley was completely unafraid if they were to face either of these two great sects head-on. Even with the help of the puppets, the Heavenly Puppet sect of the past was far inferior to them in terms of the number and strength of their experts. However, within a short 3 years, the number of experts within the Heavenly Puppet sect had suddenly soared, and their numbers had nearly doubled. Adding those puppets and the assistance from the 10,000 Scorpion sect, the Burning Flame Valley was unable to contend against them. Sigh. The other Burning Flame Valley elders around the tower could not help but sigh when they thought of this. Their Burning Flame Valley would probably be erased from the southernmost region after this battle. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua were currently standing at one side of the city gate tower. Behind the two of them, a slim and graceful young girl was also frowning as she looked at the two people before her. This girl was Lian, who had already awoken from her coma. After 3 years, Bai Hua had already become an Origin King. She could be said to be quite a large force in this battle. Her powerful cultivation and strange battle techniques had actually caused quite a few experts from the two sects to fear her. Although the little fairy doctor had yet to reach Origin King, she had already become a returnance expert. Coupled with her status as the woeful poison body, the poison techniques she used were something that even some ordinary Origin Kings dared not underestimate. However, even with that being the case, their assistance in this battle was utterly inadequate. At this moment, the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua Yan were gazing at the distant horizon. They only hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to learn about the grim situation and return in time. Compared to the so-called experts present, they believed in Xiao Yan's strength more. This had always been the case. Are you still waiting for him to return? The Burning Sky ancestor stepped forward with a kind smile from one side. Although he knew that the current situation was tense, he still did his best to let the people before him relax a little. The little fairy doctor smiled politely when she heard that. However, her furrowed brows revealed her current emotions. Cook, relax. Since that person is following him, nothing will happen to Xiao Yan. The old me does not dare to guarantee anything else, but it is likely that you will not be able to find anyone stronger than that person in this southernmost region. The Burning Sky ancestor was referring to Xiao Yan. If it were not for the fact that he had sensed the Burning Flame Valley back then, he would not have known where Xiaoyan had gone. However, even though he said that, he had still not returned for 3 years. It was clearly impossible for him to make the little fairy doctor relax with just a few words. After this battle, I will get the Grand Elder to personally send you to a safe place. When you see Xiaoyan in the future, don't say that I've mistreated you. At the end of his words, the Burning Sky ancestor laughed out loud. His laughter, which seemed to be teasing, carried some desolation. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua hurriedly opened their mouths when they heard that. However, they were stopped by the Burning Sky ancestor with a wave of his hand. There's no need to say any more. This dispute originally belonged to our 3 great sections. You should not have participated in it. However, because of your relationship with Xiaoyan, you were able to lend a hand when my Burning Flame Valley was in danger. I am extremely grateful for this. However, it is also because of this that I cannot let you take this risk. After saying that, the old man did not say anything else. When he turned around, he saw that the group of people who were sitting by the river outside the city had unknowingly stood up. Dense and cold gazes pierced through the air like sharp arrows, causing one's heart to tremble. These fellows, are they going to start again? After saying that in his heart, the Burning Sky ancestor immediately turned his head to look at the group of elders of the Burning Flame Valley and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, prepare for battle." All the elders of the Burning Flame Valley immediately responded in unison. Pairs of furious eyes instantly looked towards the group of figures outside the city. At the same time, their bodies shook as surging Genesis chi surged out from their bodies, transforming into pillars of light that soared into the sky. They stood above the city tower like rainbows, a sight that shook one's soul. Chapter 1256. Outside southern barbaric city, as energy surged from both sides, an intense battle unfolded. After the fierce battle from the day before, the formation that was originally set up to defend the city had long been broken. Hence, today's battle was a showdown between the experts from both sides right from the start. The 2 sects still used the same tactic as yesterday. They first used the puppets to exhaust a portion of the Genesis chi of the Burning Flame Valley experts, before each of them stepped onto the stage. They faced the Burning Flame Valley experts in their peak condition, causing quite a number of them to cut a sorry figure the moment they appeared. Although the Burning Flame Valley experts were unwilling to accept this, there was nothing they could do about it. In the face of puppets that did not know pain, even they had no choice but to be careful. Over time, the wear and tear on their bodies would naturally be unavoidable. If the fellows hiding at the back suddenly attacked, even they might not be able to dodge. Only when the experts from both sides had entered the battle circle did the real battle officially begin. There were no flashy moves. Both sides had a total of several dozen experts at the Yuan King level and above mixed together. The scale of the battle was simply shocking. In the entire extreme south, there were only a few experts at the Yuan King level and above. However, more than half of them had already arrived. Compared to the day before, the situation of the battle today was undoubtedly much more intense. The hatred and fury from the day before had completely transformed into a raging flame that burned in their chests during the battle today. Energy poured out unceasingly. Even after a battle, the strength displayed by the experts from the Burning Flame Valley was still frightening. Other than the intense battlefield, Ancestor Fention's gaze was fixed on a middle-aged man in golden robes in the air across from him. The 2 of them faced off against each other. Neither of them would easily attack, because once they did, it meant that there would be no chance for the battle to stop. Apart from one side winning, there would only be mutual destruction. This person was the sect master of the heavenly puppet sect, Renfu. Beside him was a golden puppet. Besides his own cultivation, this puppet was Renfu's greatest trump card, the Vajra puppet, whose strength was comparable to a 9-star origin emperor. With the puppet and Renfu's cultivation, even Ancestor Burning Heavens would have to be cautious. If he were to be hit by the Vajra puppet, it would be no joke. Besides this side, the sect master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xianxia, remained outside of the battle as if it had nothing to do with him. According to the plan, this battle was to nibble away at the enemy. Today was only the second day of the battle, and there was no need for him to use his full strength. Moreover, Burning Heaven Ancestor was not an easy opponent, and Renfu was not so kind as to ally with him. If anything happened and he was implicated, the losses would outweigh the gains. As time slowly passed, the battle in the field became more and more intense, and the originally unclear situation began to surface one by one. After all, the two sects had the advantage in numbers. In addition to the indestructible Vajra puppet that did not know fatigue, the Burning Flame Valley's disadvantage gradually became apparent. Great elderly Xianxia was still doing fine. With his powerful cultivation as a 6-star Origin Emperor, he was able to barely hold on despite fighting against 2 Origin Emperors and a Vajra puppet. However, the others were not as powerful. At this moment, there were even people who were injured and had lost the ability to fight. The appearance of this scene caused Ancestor Burning Sky, who was high up in the sky, to frown. The worry on his aged face gradually became apparent. On Bai Hua's side, she and the fairy doctor worked together to fend off an Origin King from the Heavenly Puppet sect. At the same time, they faced a powerful puppet, 1 Origin King and 1 Returnance. It was already difficult for them to fend off 2 Origin Kings, let alone the fact that one of them was a puppet. The long battle was disadvantageous, and the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua's Genesis Chi was rapidly depleted. They were already gradually weakening and would not be able to last much longer. In particular, the little fairy doctor's cultivation was lacking, so she could not endure such exhaustion. In just a short while, the Genesis Chi in her body had almost dried up. "Kikik, what's wrong? Have you run out of Genesis Chi?" Just as the little fairy doctor was gasping for breath, the Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect suddenly appeared beside her. As he snickered, his 5 fingers curled into claws and mercilessly swiped at the little fairy doctor's neck. "Piss off!" It was also at this moment that the figure in front of the little fairy doctor suddenly flashed over. With a wave of his hand, milky white Genesis Chi immediately spouted out from his palm, knocking the person in front of her back with a single strike. Bai Hua also took half a step back with a pale face. Just as she turned around, she saw the little fairy doctor's body go limp, about to fall from the sky. Bai Hua's expression immediately changed. She could not care less as she hurriedly reached out to grab the little fairy doctor. However, the sound of rushing wind rang out a split second later as the Origin King expert caught up once again. "Kikik, you want to save someone? You'd better worry about yourself first." As the sharp laughter sounded out, a few ghastly scratch marks were left on Bai Hua's back. Even though this was the case, Bai Hua's outstretched hand was still a little short of the little fairy doctor. Hence, she could only watch as the little fairy doctor's delicate body fell downwards. The person in front of her once again raised his hand and struck Bai Hua's back. Immediately, Bai Hua's face flushed red and a large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from her mouth. Her entire aura instantly fell to rock bottom. In the sky, the expression on Patriarch Scorching Heaven's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Just as he was about to save Bai Hua, he was blocked by the Vajra puppet that had appeared in front of him in the next second. "Hee, Patriarch Scorching Heaven, your opponent is me. You will regret this." The old man's face trembled in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Renfu, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Haha, from the moment I cooperated with them, I no longer know what regret is. This is because right now, I will only succeed and not fail." A ferocious laughter was emitted from Renfu's mouth. Scorching Heaven's face was filled with disdain. At the same time, a silver-colored puppet suddenly appeared above the little fairy doctor's head. It waved its metal fist and smashed towards the little fairy doctor's chest. If this attack landed, the little fairy doctor would definitely die. In the sky, Bai Hua's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. She ignored the injuries on her body and forcefully used her remaining strength to descend and save the little fairy doctor. However, an ice-cold hand quickly grabbed her from behind and lifted her entire body. "Kikik, I can understand the feeling of a hero saving a beauty. Unfortunately, you are destined to be a hero." As he spoke, the Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect was about to exert force with his 5 fingers. However, in the next instant, An ice-cold hand landed on the back of his neck in a ghost-like manner. Before he could react, it violently clenched. One could hear a clear cracking sound as the neck of this Origin King expert was forcefully broken. At almost the same time, the little fairy doctor's delicate body, which was falling downwards, was caught by another pair of delicate hands. As for the puppet that descended from the sky, it was instantly sent flying by a huge ruler. Soon after, sunlight scattered down and shone on a familiar face. Who else could this person be other than Xiaoyan? Chapter 1257. That is, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan has returned. The sudden appearance of Xiaoyan caused the battle in the arena to temporarily stop. Numerous gazes that were filled with various expressions were shot over and all of them landed on Xiaoyan's body. This was especially so for the experts from the Burning Flame Valley. After seeing the frightening agility that Xiaoyan displayed, their faces involuntarily revealed shocked expressions. It was likely that there were few amongst them who could compare with such frightening agility and speed. This also proved that Xiaoyan's current cultivation was likely much stronger than theirs. It was difficult to imagine just what exactly Xiaoyan had experienced during these 3 years to be able to obtain such a frightening growth in his cultivation. Seeing the appearance of Xiaoyan, the tightly knitted eyebrows of the Burning Sky ancestor also relaxed at this moment. He lifted his gaze and once again landed on Renfu in front of him as he coldly laughed. This old man had just said that you would regret it. Now it has really come true. Oh? So that Xiaoyan is him. The person who nearly killed my son 3 years ago is actually this Xiaoyan. Renfu's eyes narrowed slightly. The gaze with which he stared at Xiaoyan gradually became dark and cold. At the same time, there was also a mocking expression deep within his eyes. Xiaoyan, after waiting for so long, you have finally appeared. Sorry, I've returned a little late. With one hand supporting Bai Hua, Xiaoyan revealed an apologetic expression as he spoke. At the same time, his other hand took out 2 medicinal pills from his storage ring and fed them to Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor. It's fine. I knew that you would definitely rush back. Feeling the warm medicinal strength within her body, Bai Hua parted her mouth and revealed a comforting smile. You got the heavenly flame? Hearing this, Xiaoyan was startled at first. Then, he suddenly felt an ice-cold aura. He carefully glanced at Li Bingrui, who was holding the little fairy doctor, before nodding his head. At the same time, Bai Hua also noticed the latter's presence. Her expression froze for a moment before the image of the woman whom they had met 3 years ago when they were traveling to the extreme south surfaced in her mind. Why is she with you? Bai Hua raised her eyebrows. She remembered that this woman didn't have a good opinion of Xiaoyan. Let's talk about this later. Let's settle this first. Regarding Li Bingrui, although Xiaoyan also held a sense of helplessness, now was not the time to chat, so he temporarily suppressed this matter. Humph, smelly brat, aren't your words a little too arrogant? You merely used a sneak attack to kill an expert from my heavenly puppet sect. Don't tell me that you think that you will have such an opportunity. Accompanied by a sinister and cold laughter, Xiaoyan suddenly heard a whooshing sound. In the blink of an eye, an attack that was filled with killing intent had already arrived behind Xiaoyan. At this moment, some of the people in the sky who had focused their gazes on Xiaoyan finally regained their senses. Just as their expressions changed, they suddenly heard a muffled collision sound. Soon after, a figure was sent flying from behind Xiaoyan without any warning. Grug! While the figure flew backwards, fresh blood continuously spurted out from his mouth as though it was free. His entire face instantly turned deathly pale, while the deep hole on his chest was even more eye-piercing. This expert, whose cultivation was at least a 3-star Origin King, was actually seriously injured by a single punch from Xiaoyan. The most shocking thing was that no one had discovered when exactly Xiaoyan had attacked. After seriously injuring a Origin King with a single blow, Xiaoyan finally slowly stood up in front of everyone's shocked gazes. He lifted his head and looked at Ancestor Fentian in the sky, exchanging a smile with him. His gaze paused on Renfu for a moment, before he looked towards the people wearing the uniforms of the 2 sections. With a clench of his right hand, a giant pitch-black ruler appeared inch by inch. At the same time, a purple flame suddenly rose within his pitch-black eyes. "You protect them. I'll take care of the rest." As soon as Xiaoyan uttered those words that couldn't be refuted, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Then, the originally empty space in front of an expert from the two sects suddenly distorted. Before he could react, a heavy ruler viciously smashed into his chest. Grug! Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs suddenly sprayed out from his mouth, and his entire body was instantly blasted backwards. When he smashed into the ground, he had already lost the ability to fight and was on the verge of fainting. By the time everyone regained their senses, 3 Origin Kings had already been seriously injured by Xiaoyan's giant ruler. It wasn't until a 7-star Origin King acted that he was able to block Xiaoyan's attack with his powerful Genesis Chi. Even so, the power pouring out from the giant ruler almost broke his arms. What terrifying physical strength! Even this fellow's speed is far superior to any Origin King. Could he be an Origin Emperor? How is it possible for such a young Origin Emperor expert to be? While shocked, Xiaoyan turned around and swung his ruler. Torrential waves of fire poured out from the giant ruler and swept towards the 7-star Origin King. The 7-star Origin King didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He brandished the giant blade in his hand, and Genesis Chi rapidly gathered on it. Then he swung it forward with all his strength. Boom! A soul-stirring energy ripple immediately swept apart when the explosive bang sounded, shaking Xiaoyan and the other person back. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan's body once again appeared in front of the 7-star Origin King in a ghost-like manner. In front of the latter's shocked eyes, Xiaoyan held the enormous ruler with both hands and violently swung it down. The ruler heavily smashed into the 7-star Origin King's chest. With a bang, the 7-star Origin King's entire body flew back uncontrollably, after which, it smashed onto the ground. Their experts were seriously injured one after another. This made the faces of the people from the two sects turn ashen, especially those whose cultivation bases weren't as high as the former. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Xiaoyan. Even the 7-star Origin King's all-out attack couldn't successfully repel Xiaoyan. If it were them, how would they fare? Xiaoyan turned his head around. His gaze scanned the entire place, appearing to be choosing his next target. This also caused everyone from the two sects present to feel extremely fearful in their hearts. It was as though they were afraid that they would be chosen by this killing god in front of them. Humph! Arrogant brat, do you really think no one can deal with you? This old man wants to see how capable you are. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the Origin Kings from the two sects, an Origin King from the 10,000 Scorpion sect could no longer hold back. With a cold shout, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The 5 fingers of his right hand were pressed together, Genesis Chi covering his fingertips as he used his hand as a blade to slice at Xiaoyan's throat. Xiaoyan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of the attack of an Origin Emperor. His expression did not change. The enormous ruler in his hand swept out while his body pulled back. It was accompanied by a sonic boom as it smashed towards the other party's head. Humph, insignificant skill. Seeing this, the old man's face involuntarily revealed a disdainful expression. At the same time his body leaned to the side, his skinny left hand grabbed at the incoming thick blade of the ruler. At almost the same time, the attack on his right hand was only a few inches away from Xiaoyan's throat. However, in the next moment, when the old man's left hand grasped the heavy Shenbuster sword, the expression on his old face suddenly changed. His entire body suddenly sank down uncontrollably. His originally charging figure also instantly stopped because of this. Xiaoyan involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he saw this. The instant he withdrew the heavy Shen ruler, he flipped his hand and swung the ruler from bottom to top. Just as the tip of the ruler was about to smash onto the old man's face, the latter's body abruptly pulled back. The wide and thick tip of the ruler was close to the old man's face as it violently drew across. What a strange weapon! The old man's face still had lingering fear after dodging Xiaoyan's attack. He recalled what had happened the instant his hand touched the heavy Shen ruler. The expression on his old face couldn't help but change. When he saw Xiao Yan's casual appearance as he held the giant ruler, he couldn't help but curse him as a monster in his heart. Just as the old man was about to attack again, the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, Xianxia, rushed past his opponent from earlier and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His expression was cautious as he looked at Xiao Yan. Only then did his gaze sweep up and down Xiao Yan's body. "Are you all right?" Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard this, indicating that he was fine. Xianxia finally relaxed when he saw this. Immediately, his gaze once again returned to the Origin King expert from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. His face sunk as he said, "Shang-Qing, you are actually willing to throw away your face and attack a junior. The battlefield is not a place to talk about seniority. It is none of your business who I want to attack." Shang-Qing coldly snorted when he heard this. He glanced to the side and another Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect hurried over. Following beside him was a golden Vajra puppet. Clearly, it also possessed the strength of an Origin King. "Shang-Qing, aren't you a little too old? You can't even deal with the Origin King brat." The figure mocked without any trace of politeness the moment he stepped forward. The other party snorted when he heard this. There was no need to say anything more about the previous scene. If he hadn't been careless, it would have been impossible for him to be forced back by Xiao Yan in such a miserable manner with his strength. The Origin King expert from the Heavenly Puppet sect quickly opened his mouth and ridiculed when he saw Shang-Qing's gloomy expression. "Why don't you let my Vajra puppet help you? With him here, I believe that no matter how capable this brat is, he will not be a match for him. He is after all just a Origin King." "Don't tell me." "Enough. You also know that you are only dealing with the Origin King? The face of my Heavenly Puppet sect is going to be completely lost because of you." However, at this moment, the green-faced Renfu in the sky finally spoke with a gloomy expression. Chapter 1258. Sect Master. The expressions of Shang-Qing and the Heavenly Puppet sect's elder below involuntarily changed after Renfu's word sounded. They had even provoked an Origin Emperor to intervene in order to deal with King Yuan. Yet, they were still unable to capture the other party in one go. If they were to really dispatch another King Kong puppet to join hands and deal with Xiao Yan alone, it would be a huge joke. Even if this was the case, who would deal with Xianxia, who was a 6-star Origin Emperor, if an Origin Emperor and a King Kong puppet were to join hands to deal with Xiao Yan, a mere Origin King? The only people from the two sects who could face Xianxia alone were the two sect leaders. However, the two of them needed to be careful of Ancestor Fan Tian at all times. Once they truly fought with him, even the two of them and the King Kong puppet would not dare to underestimate him. However, if no one dealt with Xiao Yan, given the frightening fighting strength that he had displayed, there was no Origin King expert within the two sects who would be able to fight one-on-one with Xiao Yan without being defeated. His frightening physical strength, powerful Genesis Chi, strange speed, and the similarly strange huge black ruler had already fully demonstrated to them that Xiao Yan's fighting strength could be said to be invincible below the Origin King level. Putting aside this, from the time Xiao Yan attacked until now, nearly half of the Origin King experts in the two sects had been seriously injured by Xiao Yan. In terms of the number of Origin King experts, the two sects were already equal to the Burning Flame Valley. If such a battle continued, it wouldn't be beneficial to the two sects, especially since no one could deal with Xiao Yan. Renfu, I don't care if you want to teach your Heavenly Puppet sect a lesson, but it's not up to you to reprimand my subordinates. Since this human brat is so troublesome, we might as well kill him. As long as he's dead, these guys won't be a problem. At this moment, Xianxia, who was far away from the battleground, suddenly flashed forward. As he spoke, he had already appeared in an empty space not far from Xiao Yan. His body was so quick that it caused many people present to be shocked. Xianxia immediately raised the Genesis Chi in his body and blocked in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze was extremely solemn as he stared at Xianxia, who had appeared. As a peak Origin Emperor, Xianxia was likely unmatched in the extreme south except for Patriarch Burning Heaven and Renfu. Even Xianxia wasn't confident he could last more than a few rounds against him. Xiao Yan's heart tightened a little when he saw Xianxia, who was wearing purple robes and had a thin face. Was Xianxia a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan? Back then, he had sent Yu Fu to kill him precisely for this reason. If it wasn't for Xiaoming Yuan's appearance later on, he wouldn't have known the reason behind this. Although Xianxia was fast, Xiao Yan could see everything clearly with his tremendous spirit power. On the other hand, most of the Origin King experts present were secretly speechless when they saw Xiaxian's astonishing speed. Xiao Yan was also secretly calculating in his heart. According to Xiaxian's speed, given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, if he used the advanced Ling Yun stage's Heaven Extinction Step and the Wing Elephant art, he might be able to match Xiaxian's speed even if he didn't use the Great Tao of the Void. Xiao Yan, you have to be careful when facing this fellow. Although there are many rumors in the extreme south that this fellow's battle prowess isn't comparable to Ren Fu who possesses the Vajra puppet, in reality, he's much more terrifying than Ren Fu if they really fight. Xiaxian has been a peak Origin Emperor for many years. Although his cultivation hasn't broken through, his speed is already comparable to an ordinary Origin sect expert. He's the true number 2 figure in the extreme south. Li Qingshu by the side frowned as he stared at Xiaxian. His tone was a little solemn. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes also solidified when these words were uttered. His heart was extremely surprised because of this. Was this fellow's speed already comparable to an expert from the Source Zone? Xiaxian, have you forgotten about this old man's existence? Immediately after, the space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly distorted slowly. Burning Heaven Ancestor's figure appeared along with it. At the same time, Ren Fu and the Vajra puppet appeared beside Xiaxian. Fentian, I'm not the only one who wants to deal with you. Don't you think so, Ren Fu? Xiaxian sneered when he heard this. In the blink of an eye, he looked at Ren Fu. If Ren Fu took action to stall Burning Heaven Ancestor, he would naturally be able to take the opportunity to kill Xiao Yan. You want me to deal with him alone? With your Vajra puppet? You don't have to worry. As long as I kill that kid, I'll immediately come and help you. Xiaxian laughed in ridicule, as if he had made a decision. Why don't we switch places? You stall him while I kill him? Are you afraid? Xiaxian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The latter sneered when he heard this and asked in return, Are you not afraid of him? You know that if any one of us were to face Fentian alone, we would not be his match. If you were to use this opportunity to run away and leave the people of my heavenly puppet sect here, who would I find to collect this debt? Ren Fu clearly understood that the heavenly puppet sect and the 10,000 scorpion sect were grasshoppers on the same rope. If one of them ran away, neither of them would be in a good situation. Therefore, Xiaxian would definitely not run away alone. However, he only wanted to use these words to express his attitude. He would not face Burning Heaven Ancestor alone, nor would he choose to give Xiaxian the chance to coldly watch from the sidelines. However, if that was the case, then today's battle would not be able to continue. Xiao Yan's appearance had already decided the direction of this battle. Xiaxian's gaze went past Burning Heaven Ancestor and stared at Xiao Yan who was behind him. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow. If he could, he wished that he could kill Xiao Yan right now. However, Burning Heaven Ancestor was protecting him and Ren Fu was not willing to attack at all. That fellow would not take this risk for him. Of course, at the same time, Xiaxian would not choose to face Burning Heaven Ancestor alone. It was also because of this that they were even more unable to kill Xiao Yan. Then what should we do? Could it be that we are just going to waste time like this? Shang Qing's brows were tightly locked together. At this moment, there was no place for him to speak. All of the decisions were in the hands of Ren Fu and Xiaxian. For a time, all of the battles outside the southern barbaric city stopped. Although it appeared to be calm, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. It was as though there was an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone's heads, causing quite a number of people present to be unable to breathe. The river below continued to surge, but the sound of the river churning and slapping had become much softer. Until a certain moment, the heavenly puppet sect's Ren Fu finally broke the silence with his words. Everyone from the heavenly puppet sect, listen up. Prepare to return to the sect. The pressure that was pressing down on everyone's heads suddenly disappeared when these words were spoken. At the same time, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. He immediately turned his head to look at Renfu. However, the latter acted as though he did not hear anything. A mocking glint flashed across his dark and cold eyes. His gaze paused on Xiaoyan and Burning Heaven Ancestor for a moment, after which he turned around and left without turning his head back. Xiaxian's expression was gloomy when he saw Renfu lead the group of Heavenly Puppet sect members and leave. He had never expected that Renfu would actually do such a thing. Wasn't this no different from a deserter? That damn trash. Xiaxian's face twitched as he cursed. At this moment, Burning Heaven Ancestor relaxed and laughed faintly. How is it? Does sect leader Xiaxian want to stay behind as a guest? The moment these words were spoken, Xiaxian's expression became even more indeterminate. The group of experts from the 10,000 Scorpion sect behind him also became nervous. If their 10,000 Scorpion sect were to face the Burning Flame Valley alone, they would not even be able to last for a few hours with their current fighting strength. This was something that Xiaxian, as the sect leader, was incomparably clear about. In the end, this fellow could only fiercely wave his sleeves. He turned around with a face full of resentment and fiercely cursed. After which, he led the experts from the sect and dejectedly retreated. At this point, the battle of the southern barbaric city could be considered to have come to an end. The battle had only started on the second day, but the people from the two sects had already dejectedly ran back with their tails between their legs. This matter would definitely swiftly spread throughout the extreme south and become a laughingstock. At the same time, Xiaoyan's name would also rise. Chapter 1259. They did not directly return to the Burning Flame Valley after the battle in southern Man City. Instead, they stayed in the city temporarily. After all, they had to consider the fact that many of their elders were injured and the fact that the people from the two sects had just left. They could return at any time to launch a sneak attack, so it was better to stay for a few days. After settling the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua, the group was led by Ancestor Fantion and escorted by a group of experts from the Burning Flame Valley. They arrived at a large hall within the city in a mighty manner. Everyone sat down and a female servant immediately served tea to them. After which, Ancestor Fantion's face was full of smiles as he turned his gaze to Xiaoyan. Hee little guy, it's been 3 years since we last met, yet you've already become an 8-star origin king. You really do surprise me. Once these words were uttered, some of the elders who were drinking tea in the large hall instantly became sluggish. There were even some who could not resist the shock in their hearts and spat out the tea that had already entered their mouths with a puff sound. Their faces were filled with shock. Soon after, all the gazes in the hall landed on Xiaoyan's body in unison. Although Xiaoyan was also an origin king, the aura on his body had maintained a kind of blurry state. Perhaps this was because he had just broken through. However, at the very least, other than Ancestor Fantion and the few upper echelon elders, no one was able to see through Xiaoyan's true cultivation. At this moment, the shock in everyone's hearts had already reached an indescribable degree after Ancestor Fantion spoke. They clearly remembered that Xiaoyan had only broken through to mid-returnance 3 years ago after entering the Burning Flame Valley. His speed had already surprised many elders, yet now, after 3 years, Xiaoyan's cultivation had already surpassed many of the experts present. Even Xianxia, who had consumed the geocentric milk essence, was only a 7-star origin king. Becoming a 7-star origin monarch in 3 years was a cultivation speed that Xianxia had bragged about in front of many of his old friends. However, it wasn't until today that he finally saw what a freak was. In just 3 years, Xiaoyan had gone from mid-returnance to an 8-star origin king. If he continued to grow at this speed in a few more decades, would he not? Many people hurriedly cut off their terrifying thoughts when they thought up to there. If that really was the case, Xiaoyan was just too terrifying. This kid, just what has he been through in the past 3 years? Xiaoyan could not help but redden when he saw how everyone present reacted in shock because of him. He hurriedly clasped his hands at the ancestor and smiled awkwardly. I was just lucky. Spurt. However, when those words were spoken, it caused many experts present to vomit blood in their hearts. Even so, he was still saying that it was a fluke. If he was serious, he would have to become an origin emperor. Some of the Burning Flame Valley's elders involuntarily glared viciously at Xiaoyan when they thought of this. On the other hand, Ancestor Fentian smiled faintly. Others might be unaware, but he was clearly aware that Xiaoyan had naturally paid an extremely great price in order to obtain such a great improvement during these 3 years. The reason was naturally the heavenly flame. Although most of the people present had witnessed Xiaoyan's terrifying strength, they had forgotten that Xiaoyan had only managed to obtain his current strength after much difficulty by putting his life on the line. It was actually quite reasonable for him to say that he was lucky. After all, no one was completely confident that they could devour a heavenly flame. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had done it. Xiaoyan's matter had come to an end. Afterwards, everyone began to discuss the recent battles that had occurred elsewhere. At the same time, they understood the situation between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sects through their conversations. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he learned that the 2 sects had actually spread the flames of war to the east of the extreme south. He remembered that Luo Jin had told him that the east of the extreme south was the territory of the Yunin Pavilion. Relatively speaking, that region was a peaceful place. At the same time, it was where the extreme south truly flourished. He had never thought that the people from the 2 sects would be so bold as to spread the flames of war there. After a series of discussions and reports, the rest of the people left one after another. Only Xiaoyan and the ancestor remained in the hall. Xiaoyan, the old me needs to thank you for lending a hand in today's battle. The heart of the Burning Sky ancestor still palpitated when he recalled the battle situation outside of the southern barbaric city today. If Xiaoyan had not hurried back at the critical moment and seriously injured quite a number of origin kings, it was likely that his Burning Flame Valley would have suffered a serious injury today. Fortunately, none of that had happened. Senior is an old friend of my ancestor, so Junior should naturally take action. Moreover, I am also an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley. Speaking of which, I am also a part of the Burning Flame Valley. Senior, there is no need to be polite. Hearing this, the ancestor laughed out loud. Then, he came back to his senses and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Where's Xiaoxian? Didn't that fellow leave with you? Why are you the only one who came back?" Only when Xiaoxian was mentioned did the expression on Xiaoyan's face change. Then, he roughly described what had happened on the way to the fire maple forest with Xiaoxian. When the ancestor found out that the person who took Xiaoxian away was actually Xiao Mingyuan, the expression on his old face could not help but change. Only then did he tell Xiaoyan that the reason Xiao Mingyuan was able to find them back then was because Xiao Mingyuan had once come to the Burning Flame Valley. After the ancestor sensed that Xiao Mingyuan did not have any ill intentions, he told the former about the whereabouts of Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian. However, he did not expect that it would actually lead to Xiaoxian being taken away. Fortunately, as long as Xiaoxian was fine, nothing else mattered. Soon after, Xiaoyan bid farewell and left the hall. Only when he left did he turn his head and see Lianer's figure. Xiaoyan's face immediately revealed a warm smile when he saw Lianer. In his heart, he knew that the poison within the latter's body had already been controlled. This girl, on the other hand, was initially startled when she first saw Xiaoyan. Soon after, she pounced into Xiaoyan's embrace in front of his somewhat surprised eyes. They had not met for many years, but the little girl had not forgotten Xiaoyan. The impression and feelings she had for him deep within her heart had become even deeper. Only after a long while did Lian release herself from Xiaoyan's embrace. Looking at the person who was even prettier than before, Xiaoyan could not help but feel pity for her. The girl had just grown up, yet she was already lovable. In the future, she would definitely be peerless and devastatingly beautiful. Afterwards, Xiaoyan arrived at a courtyard under Lian Er's lead. In the courtyard, Li Bingrui was sipping tea in front of a stone table in boredom. Opposite her was Bai Hua. Although she had not recovered from her injuries, she still had a leisurely appearance. He knew that the woman before him was not easy to deal with, so even though he was injured, he still accompanied her with a smile. Only when he saw Xiaoyan return did he stand up with some difficulty. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1260. In the courtyard, Xiaoyan frowned when he saw Bai Hua get up. He knew that the latter was injured, but how could she just sit there like this? However, just as Xiaoyan was about to go forward and say something, he noticed Bai Hua's gaze. The latter's cautious gaze had never moved away from Li Bingrui. He did not know what this woman's goal was, so he did not dare to be careless. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately understood. He took a few steps forward and helped Bai Hua into the house with a smile. Only then did he tell Bai Hua about the relationship between this woman and himself. When Bai Hua heard that Li Bingrui was actually Yi Honglian's disciple, a shocked expression immediately surfaced on her pale face. She glanced at Li Bingrui outside the door, only to discover that the latter was coldly staring at the two of them. Bai Hua's heart immediately turned cold. Only after Xiaoyan comforted her did she regain her composure. Soon after, Xiaoyan saw the fairy doctor. Due to the previous battle, the latter was still unconscious. After Xiaoyan checked her condition, he confirmed that the fairy doctor was not seriously injured. She was just too weak, and he believed that she would be fine soon. After handing the fairy doctor and Bai Hua over to Lianer's care, Xiaoyan left the room. The instant he closed the door and turned around, he just happened to meet Li Bingrui's extremely cold eyes. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you have a master's words. Once my cultivation is sufficient, I will personally kill you. Ignoring Li Bingrui's extremely cold eyes, Xiaoyan slowly walked forward and poured himself a cup of tea. Hearing the former's words, he nodded his head with a serious expression and said, "All right, I'll wait for you to kill me." 2 days later, Xiaoyan's group and the people from the Burning Flame Valley majestically returned to the Burning Flame Valley. In the following days, the friction between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects strangely decreased by a lot. After this battle, both sides seemed to have restrained themselves and no longer took the initiative to attack. Instead, they defended their own territories and were constantly vigilant. Under this strange silence, news of Xiaoyan's name swept through the extreme south at a lightning-like speed. After the battle in the southern barbaric city, the two sects were defeated. Xiaoyan's name resounded throughout the extreme south. With the strength of a single person forcing two sects to retreat, all kinds of rumors were everywhere. This also imperceptibly deepened Xiaoyan's resentment towards the people of the two sections. The days in the Burning Flame Valley could be considered to be peaceful. However, everyone knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. Under this kind of situation, all the upper echelons were doing their best to prepare. They clearly knew that after the silence in front of them, the undercurrents beneath the water surface would erupt in anger. At that time, it would be the time for the extreme south to truly change. At that time, the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects would start a war. Once the war started, it would be even more difficult to determine the rise and fall of the two sections. In the hall, the Burning Sky ancestors sat on the main seat. Other than the various elders of the Burning Flame Valley, there were also many experts from various places who had joined the Burning Flame Valley later on. Xiaoyan was also in the hall at this moment. He was sitting beside the great elder, Li Qingshu. Usually, those who sat in such a position were the important guests of the sect. However, at this moment, no one felt anything strange when Xiaoyan sat there. They even felt that it was natural. Yesterday, we received news that the two sects are reorganizing the experts within the sect. They seem to be planning to find an opportunity to make a comeback. If they come out in full force the next time, I'm afraid that it will be a decisive battle. They want to flatten my Burning Flame Valley in one fell swoop. The first elder furrowed his brows tightly. After explaining all the information he had obtained, he repeated the most important content. When he said these words, Li Qingshu's old face carried a trace of seriousness. If the two sects really came out in full force the next time, it was likely that even the Burning Flame Valley would not be able to match up against that strength. Just let them come. Right now, my Burning Flame Valley has Elder Xiaoyan. No matter how many of them come, they will be completely annihilated. That's right. As long as Elder Xiaoyan is here, any Origin King is merely a decoration. There is nothing to be afraid of. After Li Qingshu's words fell, some cold laughter sounded from within the great hall. After the battle in the southern barbaric city, Xiaoyan's fame had already spread throughout the Burning Flame Valley. He was invincible under the Origin Emperor and was treated by many as a bargaining chip for the next battle. It was as if as long as Xiaoyan was here, those so-called Origin King experts would no longer be a threat. Confidence is a good thing. However, going too far is just as bad as not going far enough. Before the real battle begins, no one can easily relax. On the main seat, the Burning Sky ancestor indifferently said a sentence, after which he began to arrange the preparations for the upcoming battle in the Burning Flame Valley. After the rest of the people left the Great Hall, he deeply sighed. His brows were tightly knitted as he looked at Xiaoyan and Li Qingshu below. He shook his head and slowly said, "This old man is not too worried about anything else." However, the key is the Ghost Hall. When the two words Ghost Hall were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became much more tense. Xiaoyan and Li Qingshu also tightly knitted their brows as grave expressions appeared on their faces. Earlier, in order to not cause panic, the Burning Sky ancestor did not say anything. However, at this moment, facing Xiaoyan and Li Qingshu, there was naturally no need to hide something that everyone understood in their hearts. There was naturally no need to say much about the strength of the Ghost Hall. As an enormous and strange faction that caused people to tremble in fear on this continent, there was no one who would not panic and fear because of it. However, the real trouble that Xiaoyan and the rest were currently facing was precisely that group of fellows. They had long known about the contact between the Heavenly Puppet sect and the Ghost Hall. Although they did not see the figure of the Ghost Hall during the great battle between the two sects in the past 3 years, now that the battle was approaching, once the Ghost Hall participated in the decisive battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the other two sects, everything would be hard to say. With the current foundation of the Burning Flame Valley, even if they were to put everything on the line, they would definitely not be a match for the three factions. In terms of fighting strength, the current Burning Flame Valley was already unable to produce any experts above the Origin King level. Why don't we ask Xiaoyan to ask the Union Pavilion to take action? Isn't that Pavilion Master your friend? If there's no other way. I've mentioned this matter to him earlier, and he has also stated that the Union Pavilion cannot participate in the dispute between the factions of any province. Therefore, this method will not work. Li Qingshu had originally wanted to place his hopes on the Union Pavilion. However, when Xiaoyan said these words, he could only dispel the thought in the bottom of his heart. However, immediately after, just as the Burning Heaven ancestor and Great Elder Li Qingshu were feeling helpless and puzzled, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the method that Li Qingshu suggested would not work, his words had coincidentally reminded him. Although the Yun'in Pavilion cannot participate in the dispute between provinces, but perhaps I still have a way. When these words were spoken, the gazes of the two people in the hall instantly locked onto Xiaoyan. Their eyes were filled with joy as if they had survived a calamity. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1261. The next day, after instructing the little fairy doctor and the others, Xiaoyan left the Burning Flame Valley alone and quickly flew towards the northwest direction. Li Bingrui wanted to follow but was stopped by Lian. After interacting with each other for a few days, what was surprising was that Li Bingrui had some tender feelings for this girl. When the two of them interacted, they could actually see a rare smile on Li Bingrui's unchanging ice-cold face. Compared to the past, Xiaoyan rushed to the southwest border much faster this time. In a short few days, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in the Lutsong city that they had passed by on their way to the extreme south. After catching up with the Lu family's old man for a while, he continued to rush towards the southwest border. This time, Xiaoyan's goal was the ancient city of Savage Desolation. Looking at Xiaoyan's departing figure, Lu Ya's turbid old eyes had some inexplicable regret. Back then, he did not take the opportunity to befriend Xiaoyan. Who would have thought that in a short 3 years, Xiaoyan had actually grown to such a level and even formed a relationship with the once strongest faction in the extreme south, the Burning Flame Valley. That's right, it was in the past. The current Burning Flame Valley, under the combined suppression of the two great sects, was no longer as strong as before. It had already fallen from its position as the overlord of the extreme south. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, The two sects and the Burning Flame Valley had yet to fight and everything was still unknown. Therefore, it was not too late to choose a side now. Chongqing, it seems that it's time for my Lu family to make a choice. After Xiao Yan left the Ludsong city, in a short few hours, the once familiar ancient city once again appeared in his sight. Ancient city of savage desolation. I've finally arrived. Arriving outside the ancient city of savage desolation, the once familiar faces involuntarily appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Now that he thought about it, he felt that things had remained the same but people had changed. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure was already standing outside the Alchemist Guild. Although he had yet to enter, Xiao Yan had already clearly detected two extremely familiar auras with his current enormous spiritual strength. They were the auras of Gu Li and Qi Lin. After not seeing each other for many years, the cultivation of these two people had already reached the origin transformation realm. In the southwest border, they could be considered as extremely strong. Of course, they had also improved their alchemy skills that they were so proud of. At the same time, Gu Li and Qi Lin sensed their auras in the guild. They also sensed something. Of course, if Xiao Yan purposefully hid it, they would not have sensed it. However, there was no need for that. May I know which senior has graced my alchemist guild with your presence? I hope senior can forgive me for being late in welcoming you. Soon after, a couple of human figures successively appeared in front of Xiao Yan on the street outside of the Alchemist Association. The moment they appeared, their faces were respectful as they bowed and greeted the person in front of them. This scene also caused all the passers-by on the street to cast sidelong glances at them. The few people who had appeared on the street at this moment were all people who were rarely seen in the Alchemist Association. It was unexpected that they would actually appear together at this moment and even display such a humble attitude. This involuntarily caused everyone's gazes to gather on the black-robed, young man standing in front of them in an instant. Both chairmen, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been? Soon after, an inexplicably familiar clear laughter was transmitted into the ears of Gu Li and Qi Lin. This voice caused the two of them to be inexplicably startled. However, soon after, a figure that they could not forget quietly surfaced in the depths of their minds. At the same time, the bodies of the two chairmen involuntarily trembled as they slowly lifted their heads. After which, a familiar face slowly merged with the figure that had surfaced in their minds at this moment. You're Xiao Yan. Chairman Gu Li, has everything been well during these years? Xiao Yan smiled warmly. He took 2 steps forward and gently waved his large sleeves. The few people in front of him were supported by an invisible force. Immediately, the expressions in the eyes of the few people present changed. The eyes of the 2 rank 4 alchemists behind him contained shock. Good. Everything is good. On the other hand, ever since you left, you have not come back to visit us. I thought that you had forgotten about us 2 old bones. Seeing that the person in front of them was actually Xiao Yan, the 2 old men could not help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. As they spoke, their emotions became even more excited. The 2 alchemists behind them looked at the young Xiao Yan in front of them and could not help but be shocked in their hearts. They often heard the 2 chairmen mention that the Xiao Yan, whose name now shook the southern region, was once the chief alchemist of their alchemist association. They did not believe it, but now that they saw it, they could not help but have the slightest doubt. Hearing the words of the 2 in front of him, Xiao Yan could only smile embarrassedly. Honestly speaking, ever since he returned to the southern region, he had been constantly troubled by various matters and it was very difficult for him to find the time. Even if he returned to the savage ancient city now, it was still because of the battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sections. This was something that Xiao Yan was unable to explain. After both sides caught up for a while, the 2 elders originally wanted to invite Xiao Yan into the association to discuss in detail, but in the end, they were still rejected by Xiao Yan. When they saw the helpless expression on Xiao Yan's face, the 2 of them finally felt relieved. After all, they had heard a lot about the Burning Flame Valley. They were not in the situation, so it was naturally difficult for them to understand the meaning behind it. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Xiaoyan went to the Yunyin Pavilion to see Elder Xian. After another simple reminiscence, Xiaoyan arrived at the final destination of his trip to the savage ancient city, the small courtyard in the south of the city. This was the place where Luo Ao had temporarily stayed. Although Luo Ao had now returned to the central region, there were still some people who remained here, or rather, in another world. The Ginseng spirit tribe. Although Luo Ao had left, he could not bring them with him. The Ginseng spirit tribe had been in seclusion for many years and would not easily return to the central region. Relying on the jade tablet in his hand, Xiaoyan once again opened the entrance to the Ginseng spirit world. Soon after, he lifted his foot and stepped in. In the vast world, when a certain space suddenly distorted, Qing Mu, who was in the depths of the mountain forest, instantly sensed the change. Before Luo Ao left, he had clearly told him about the approximate time he would return. However, it was a little too early now. Moreover, that aura did not belong to the Luo Ao that he was familiar with. Could it be enemy attack? Other than Luo Ao, who had a special jade tablet that allowed him to enter the Ginseng spirit world, no one else could enter the Ginseng spirit world so easily. Other than that, the only other way was to force his way in. This meant that an expert from the outside world had discovered the Ginseng spirit tribe's location and was planning to invade. Qing Mu's heart trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly sent out a signal. Shortly after, several rays of light shot up into the sky from the depths of the Ginseng spirit world. After counting them, there were 32 pillars of light standing between the heavens and the earth. Those were the 32 spiritual guards of the Ginseng spirit tribe. However, when Qing Mu and the 32 spiritual guards stood at the entrance where the energy fluctuation had occurred, a young man wearing a black robe slowly appeared in front of their tensed expressions. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" Looking at the angry gazes in front of him, Xiaoyan, who had just appeared, could not help but freeze. He could not help but feel a little scared. Then he smiled embarrassedly and put on an innocent expression. However, this scene instantly petrified all the Ginseng spirit tribe members present. Chapter 1262. A large group of people within the Ginseng spirit world looked at the innocent-looking Xiaoyan in front of them. Their hearts felt somewhat helpless. Even Qing Mu's old face involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression. As time flowed, he had forgotten that other than Luo Ao, Xiaoyan also possessed a jade plate that allowed one to enter his Ginseng spirit world. After everyone present experienced a short period of awkwardness, Qing Mu finally walked forward with an amiable smile on his face. His gaze sized up Xiaoyan in front of him and repeatedly nodded as he said, "Not bad. I haven't seen you in so many years. Your cultivation has actually reached such a level." With Qing Mu's current cultivation, he was naturally able to tell that Xiaoyan was an 8-star origin king with a single glance. He could be considered particularly powerful among the younger generation to possess such cultivation at such a young age. After a few rounds of polite conversation, Xiaoyan noticed that Qing Feng seemed eager to give it a try. Clearly, compared to Qing Mu's boasting, he believed in actual results more. "Hehe, why don't we have a fight? Let me see just how powerful you are now. I've almost become moldy after all these years of boring cultivation." Qing Mu shook his head and smiled when he saw Qing Feng act in this manner. He did not have any intention of objecting. Instead, he turned his head and returned the choice to Xiaoyan. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he was no longer that ignorant little brat from back then. It was naturally up to him to decide whether he would accept the challenge or not. Moreover, Xiaoyan no longer wished to use too many rules to restrain the current spirit Ginseng tribe. After all, an expert would only be able to obtain more training results through repeated battles. Training without moving was not a good method to become an expert, much less help him protect this enormous spirit Ginseng tribe. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled when he saw this. He did not hold back. He gently pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and shot into the air. He slowly extended his right hand and made an inviting gesture. "Good boy, you're being polite to your master. If you're being polite, I won't be. Be careful." Qing Feng roared with laughter. With a thought, Genesis Qi rapidly surged out from his body, and he appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. With a flip of his hand, Emerald Genesis Qi gathered in his palm and he slammed his palm towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He watched the palm that had already arrived in front of him. His footsteps changed and his body tilted slightly. Qingfeng's palm swept past Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, his other hand grabbed at Xiaoyan. His 5 fingers curled and pounced toward Xiaoyan's chest. Swish. However, when Qingfeng's palm passed through Xiaoyan's body, the expressions of the other spirit ginseng members present, including Qingmu. This little guy's growth over the years isn't small at all. Qingmu could not help but exclaim as he watched Xiaoyan easily dodge Qingfeng's consecutive attacks. At the same time, Qingfeng turned around again and looked at Xiaoyan. He let out a hearty laugh and waved his right hand as emerald light abruptly emerged in his eyes. When Qingmu arrived in front of Xiaoyan, the ground below abruptly split open and green vines rapidly spread into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they formed an inescapable net that surrounded Xiaoyan and Qingmu. Hey, you're quite fast. But this time, you can't dodge. Qingfeng waved his hands and the vines were immediately under his control. Like poisonous snakes, they rapidly entangled Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan used his body to continuously dodge the attacks of the vines. At the same time, he also dealt with Qingfeng's fierce attacks with ease. No matter how Qingfeng bombarded him, Xiaoyan's golden elephant skill turned a blind eye to all the attacks. In the end, the vines completely entangled Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether it was his limbs or his head, they were all wrapped in layers of vines. His hands and feet were tied by a vine, and his entire body was arranged in the shape of the Chinese character. If it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult for him to break free under such control. How is it? Have you admitted defeat? Qingfeng grinned. Once one's body was bound by these vines, one would lose the ability to move. If one could not move, how could one fight with him? Oh, is that so? Old brother Qingfeng, these vines of yours are useless against me. However, just as Qingfeng grinned foolishly, Xiaoyan, who was wrapped in layers of vines, smiled faintly. Soon after, a ruthless look suddenly flashed across his pitch-black eyes. His hands, which were being pulled by the vines, suddenly clenched and the power elephant skill was instantly unleashed. His bound body suddenly jerked at this moment, and a dazzling golden light was immediately released from Xiaoyan's body. The light swiftly penetrated the layers of vines, and cracks began to spread. Bang! Balanced soon after, the vines that were entangled around Xiaoyan's body were blown apart by Xiaoyan's power elephant skill. However, before Qingfeng could do anything, Xiaoyan's soft laughter was transmitted into his ears. Old brother Qingfeng, it's my turn to attack now. With a hearty laugh, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Qingfeng. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a fist, and he immediately sent a punch smashing downwards. The instant the sound of an explosion rang out, Qingfeng's figure immediately retreated. At the same time, he controlled even more vines to block in front of him, forming a circular shield in order to block Xiaoyan's punch. Bang! Xiaoyan's punch smashed downwards, and the shield only lasted for a few breaths before bursting apart. Then, amidst a wave of cheers from the surrounding crowd, a punch viciously slammed into Qingfeng's chest. Powerful force instantly erupted, blasting Qingfeng's body 100 feet away. How is it? Who's the winner now? Xiaoyan descended and pursed his lips into a smile, a carefree expression on his face. Given the power he currently possessed, he was confident that he could put up a fight against anyone below the Genesis Emperor level with the 4 Saint Manifestation skill. If he added Genesis Chi into the mix, even an ordinary Genesis Emperor expert would not be a problem. Haha, you're stronger than I imagined. However, it's not over yet. Let's try this move. Upon hearing this, the somewhat strained Qingfeng let out a playful chuckle. With a thought, vines broke out from the ground below and rapidly intertwined together. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed into a sturdy dark green vine club in his hand. Qingfeng frantically poured his Genesis Chi into the cane the moment it entered his hand. After a series of twirls, His body leapt into the air as he raised the cane above his head. With a howl, he swung it downwards. Xiaoyan, eat my skyscraping club. The emerald green glow on the Rotten rod became denser when it fell. The entire Rotten rod also grew with the wind. The intense wind pressure caused the ground below to form quite a deep pit. By the time it arrived above Xiaoyan's head, it had transformed into an enormous long rod that was hundreds of feet long. Regardless of whether it was the pressure or the strength on it, it had reached an extremely frightening level. Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Even ordinary origin monarchs wouldn't dare rashly underestimate such an attack. He's already using his trump card. The skyscraping club is his trump card. If it lands, Xiaoyan will likely. Qing Mu involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He began to feel some worry in his heart. At the same time, he quietly scolded Qing Feng for being reckless. To think that Qing Feng would act so fearlessly in the face of a friend. Just as the Genesis Qi within Qing Mu's body began to circulate, he glanced at the fiery hot expression on Xiaoyan's face. A purple fire flickered within Xiaoyan's eyes as the Genesis Qi within his body began to circulate. That kid hasn't used his full strength yet. Qing Mu could not help but be a little surprised when he saw this, causing the Genesis Qi in his body to slow down. From the looks of it, his worries had been a little unnecessary. Giant elephant art. A golden body suddenly appeared on the surface of Xiaoyan's body as a shocking furious cry sounded. At the same time, he suddenly waved his large hand. A fierce purple-colored flame immediately agglomerated into an incomparably large ruler in his hand. The moment he raised his head, he saw the shocking rod above his head. However, Xiaoyan was not afraid. Instead, he parted his mouth and laughed out loud. Soon after, his feet heavily stomped on the ground. The ground under his feet collapsed at the same time as the enormous fire ruler in his hand was swung out. A shockingly majestic ruler glow was formed in front of everyone's shocked eyes as it violently collided with the skyscraping rod. Boom! The moment the collision rang out, the entire world shook uncontrollably. An invisible wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. Everyone present shuddered inside, and shock filled their faces. Within a short couple of minutes, the people present were in disbelief as they watched the skyscraping rod slowly split apart under the frighteningly high temperature of the large fire ruler. Xiaoyan's arms exerted force as he swung the large fire ruler in his hand. The skyscraping rod was swiftly wrapped by the flame. The moment Qing Feng released his hand, the flame swiftly soared while the skyscraping rod began to crack an inch at a time. Finally, it transformed into a rain of fire that covered the sky and was completely incinerated. Chapter 1263. The battle in the ginseng spiritual world had ended. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that even though Qing Feng had used his full strength and even his trump card, he was still no match for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's fighting strength was a little too frightening. In response, Xiaoyan blamed the heavenly flame. After all, the two of them had conflicting attributes. Qing Feng's Rotten rod just happened to be countered by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. However, no one present was a fool. Although Xiaoyan's words did make some sense, that was only one aspect. If Xiaoyan did not rely on his own strength, even with the help of the heavenly flame, it would not have been so easy to break Qing Feng's skyscraping rod. However, all of this was no longer important. Now that the victor had been decided, the next thing to discuss was Xiaoyan's return to the ginseng spiritual world. In the depths of the mountain forest, Xiaoyan and Qing Mu sat opposite each other in front of a small house with the same environment. Green tea was placed on the table in front of them. Qing Feng had a lazy expression as he sat on a rock nearby. His eyes swept around in boredom. From time to time, he would tease the ants on the ground and let out a cute laugh. "Ha, little fellow, you have grown quite a bit after not seeing you for so many years. Back then, when you were still a half-emperor, Qing Feng was already a dodi. Now, your cultivation has far surpassed his. This old man feels gratified for you." Qing Mu slowly picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and smiled. "Elder, thank you for your concern." Hearing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly cupped his hands towards Qing Mu. The latter appeared to not care at all. He gently raised his hand to indicate that Xiaoyan did not need to be so courteous. After putting down the teacup, he opened his mouth once again and said, "This old man knows that you must have suffered a lot in the outside world. To be able to exchange for your current strength is naturally not an easy task. The blood and sweat that you have to put in is naturally not something that an ordinary person can compare with. However, this old man also believes that you did not come back to see us this time just to reminisce about the past, right?" Qing Mu, who was still praising Xiaoyan a moment ago, suddenly changed the topic. At the same time, a wisp of wisdom appeared in his eyes as he smiled at Xiaoyan. Ever since Xiaoyan entered the ginseng spiritual world, although his expression did not change, there was always a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It was likely that he was waiting for the right time. Thus, Qing Mu had taken the initiative to present this opportunity to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Qing Mu's words had helped him remove the hesitation in his heart. Although Xiaoyan had thought of many methods and opportunities to open his mouth on the way here, he was unable to spit out the words that had reached his mouth after entering the ginseng spirit world. Just a moment ago, he was still considering how he should open his mouth. It was unexpected that Qing Mu had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. Since this was the case, there was naturally no need for him to hesitate. "Senior, I did come to the ginseng spiritual world this time because I have a request." Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. Only then did he open his mouth in front of Qing Mu's kind eyes. Qing Mu raised his eyebrows when these words were uttered. At the same time, Qing Feng, who was originally playing around by himself, immediately turned around. His face was serious as he looked at Xiaoyan. After which, Xiaoyan quickly continued speaking. "This junior wants to borrow people from the ginseng spiritual world." Borrow people? Hearing this, Qing Mu could not help but be surprised. With Xiaoyan's current cultivation, why would he want to borrow people from the ginseng spiritual world? After that, Xiaoyan told Qing Mu about the general situation in the southern region, as well as the upcoming battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sections. After hearing this, Qing Mu nodded with a look of understanding. He licked his lips and narrowed his eyes. "So that's how it is." As he spoke, Qing Mu's finger could not help but gently tap on the table as if he was considering the feasibility of this matter. Xiaoyan's face was full of sighs. He knew that the reason why the ginseng spiritual world hid from the world and did not appear was because they hoped to be far away from the chaos of the outside world. Asking them to take the risk of exposing the entire ginseng spiritual world to support the Burning Flame Valley because of his words was somewhat unrealistic. However, even though he knew that this might be the result, Xiaoyan still wanted to give it a try. "Clan leader, let's borrow it. After all, Brother Xiaoyan has helped our ginseng spiritual world before. He can be said to be our clan's savior. Moreover, our ginseng spiritual world has indeed hidden from the world for too long. Instead of hiding forever like this, I believe that it is better to come out and fight. Even if the identity of our clan is exposed, we must let the world know that our ginseng spiritual world is not to be trifled with." From the side, Qing Feng strode forward and persuaded Qing Mu with an unruly expression. He also had deep feelings for Xiaoyan. If he could, he would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, he had indeed yearned for the outside world for a long time. Seeing Qing Feng act like this, Xiaoyan also took the initiative to cast a grateful gaze at the latter. The two of them smiled at each other. At the same time, their gazes gathered on Qing Mu as if they were waiting for his decision. "Hey, you brat, you actually said so much in order to persuade this old man. When did this old man say that he was against it? Xiaoyan is our ginseng spiritual world savior. This old man remembers this point more clearly than you. We can choose not to help others, but as long as Xiaoyan asks, our ginseng spiritual world must step forward." Quickly following this, Qing Mu curled his lips and scolded with a face that was not in a good mood. Seeing this, Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan laughed heartily. Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up and bowed to Qing Mu in front of him. The old man gently waved his sleeves and slowly stood up from the chair. His gaze eyed the mountain forest in the distance and slowly said, After so many years, it is time to let the people of the outside world know that our ginseng spiritual world still exists on this continent. Behind him, Xiaoyan and Qing Feng once again smiled. The former involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air. The main objective of this trip had finally been successfully completed. In that case, all that was left was to gather everyone and prepare to return. In response to Xiaoyan's invitation, Qing Mu agreed to temporarily lend the 32 spirit guards of the ginseng spiritual world to him. However, as the last guardian of the ginseng spiritual world, Qing Mu could not go to the extreme south with him. After all, the ginseng spiritual world still needed someone to protect it at all times. Being able to lend the 32 spirit guards to him could already be considered extremely benevolent. Xiaoyan was naturally not dissatisfied with this. The 32 spirit guards of the ginseng spiritual world were all source kings now, and many of them were high-level source kings. In the past, such a large group would have been enough to sweep through most of the forces in the extreme south. Being able to lend them to him, how could he be dissatisfied? He was naturally extremely excited. Chapter 1264. After borrowing these people, Xiaoyan naturally had to return. He believed that with the help of the 32 spiritual guards from the ginseng spiritual tribe, the overall strength of the Burning Flame Valley in the battle with the two sects would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if the people from the Ghost Hall appeared, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. This time, the ginseng spiritual tribe had done Xiaoyan a great favor. When they came, they were alone. When they left, they formed a mighty army. This scene caused quite a number of people in the city to be shocked. However, just as Xiaoyan and the others were preparing to leave the ancient city, a somewhat familiar energy fluctuation came from afar and attracted Xiaoyan's gaze. That is, sensing the energy fluctuation, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. After hesitating for a while, he seemed to have recalled something in his mind. His eyes rotated and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Behind him, Qing Feng could not help but ask with a suspicious face when he saw the expression on Xiaoyan's face. Even the faces of the people behind him were filled with curiosity. Perhaps, the time for us to return will be delayed for a while." Xiaoyan smiled. After which, he led the group and flew in a certain direction outside the ancient city. In a short moment, this group arrived in front of a majestic mountain peak. Looking at the majestic mountain peak that towered into the clouds in front of them, everyone present could not help but raise their eyebrows. Their eyes revealed some surprise. There were thunder clouds lingering on the mountain peak. Waves of thunder continued to roar. The surroundings of the mountain were surrounded by thunderbolts. As they flickered continuously, it was as though a lightning dragon was lingering on it. On the mountain wall, there were 3 large words that contained a faint pressure that were carved in a dragon-like manner: Gray Mountain. This mountain peak was the entrance to the lightning pool in the empty space of the ancient city. Back then, Xiaoyan had also used the lightning pool in the empty space of the Gray Mountain to break through his cultivation. It was unexpected that he would once again come here today. The 3 large words that contained the pressure of a Do-D on the mountain wall were currently ordinary in Xiaoyan's eyes. The so-called elite Do-D had become a thing of the past many years ago. Who would have thought that Xiaoyan, who even a Ban-D had difficulty resisting back then, had now become such an expert? It was not an exaggeration to say that things remained the same, but people had changed. Xiaoyan smiled brightly as he raised his head to look at the mountain peak in front of him. His mind involuntarily recalled the past, especially Guyu. If Guyu had not protected him in the past, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have been able to survive. A long while later, Xiaoyan withdrew his mind. His eyes once again focused on the thunderclouds above his head. He wondered just how much his cultivation would increase if he were to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. Looking at the situation on the lightning mountain, it was obvious that the lightning pool in the empty space had yet to open. If it had been in the past, even if the lightning pool had been opened, Xiaoyan would not have been able to enter it without the help of the empty space lightning pool. Of course, that was already in the past. With Xiaoyan's current cultivation and the help of the Great Way of the Void, It was naturally not a problem for him to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. After a simple discussion, the people from the ginseng spirit tribe did not intend to enter the lightning pool in the empty space. They had just withdrawn from a long period of training and had only left the ginseng spirit world today. How could they be willing to return to their repetitive training without doing anything? Hence, only Xiaoyan was able to enter the lightning pool in the end. The latter expressed their understanding toward this and did not say anything else. Endless training would indeed cause one's mental state to crack. Forget about them, even if it was Xiaoyan himself, it was likely that he would not be able to endure it. Just think about it. Even Xiaoyan felt incomparably tired from these 3 years of training, much less over 10 years or even decades of bitter training by them. This time around, Xiaoyan directly climbed to the top of the gray mountain. He looked at the large thunderclouds above his head and a fiery hot expression gradually surged into his eyes. A thought passed through his heart and the great way of the void was immediately agglomerated and formed. It transformed into a tent in the space in front of him. Under Xiaoyan's control, a special aura spread from it. Following the slow distortion of the great way of the void within the tent, a strange swirl also surfaced. Xiaoyan finally smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. He was just about to step into it when an unexpected change occurred the next moment. Whoosh! Following the appearance of a thunderous explosion, a dark black thunderbolt suddenly rushed out from within the dark black tent. It was just like a poisonous snake as it swiftly charged toward Xiaoyan. The thunderbolt strength on it had reached an exceptionally frightening level. The sudden, unexpected change in the arena caused the expressions of quite a number of people below to change. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, remained calm. Not only did he not attempt to block the thunderbolt when it struck over, he instead rotated his hand. A fierce flame immediately spat out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous fire swirl that forcefully swallowed the lightning strength into his body. Only after that did he slowly lift his foot and stride into it. Xiaoyan entered the lightning pool again with ease. Although he had not seen it for many years, the impression of it was still fresh in his mind. With his current cultivation, Xiaoyan arrived at the core of the lightning pool in a short period of time. Vast thunderbolts were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. The moment Xiaoyan paused, countless thunderbolts quickly gathered around him and turned into a torrent of thunderbolts that rushed towards him as if they were declaring their sovereignty. Seeing this scene, he could not help but frown. These thunderbolts alone were not a problem, but if they swarmed together, even he would not be able to deal with them easily. Immediately after, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. With a flash of light, the Northern King instantly appeared in front of him and blocked the violent impact of the thunderbolt power. From Xiaoyan's point of view, all the thunderbolts that rushed towards him seemed to have entered a bottomless abyss. The moment they touched the Northern King's body, they were forcefully absorbed. Then, after a slight flicker on the surface of the Northern King's body, they were all refined. The so-called thunderbolt power was not even worth mentioning in front of the Northern King. Without bothering about Gu Beiwang, Xiaoyan randomly found a place to sit down. After the aura in his body gradually stabilized, he activated the flame mantra chi method and began to wantonly absorb all the thunderbolt power in the lightning pool. As the flame mantra chi method circulated, the thunderbolt power that came into contact with his body was instantly absorbed into his body. After being refined by the heavenly flame and the circulation of the chi method, it turned into a pure energy that flowed into the vortex. At the same time, a huge energy vortex slowly formed above Xiaoyan's head. A ferocious suction force spread out from it and began to wildly devour the thunderbolt power in the lightning pool. Under this continuous devouring and refining, Xiaoyan's aura gradually rose. Chapter 1265. At the same time that Xiaoyan entered the lightning pool, chaos was about to rise in the outside world. In the extreme south, within the heavenly puppet sect, Zhongming was currently leaning on the main seat. His right index finger was gently tapping the armrest as thoughts continuously spun in his mind. In half a month's time, relying on the support of medicinal pills, the experts of the sect that were heavily injured by Xiaoyan had completely recovered. The experts that were sent out from various places had also been called back to the sect. Everyone was waiting for the day of the decisive battle with the burning flame valley. TSK. Sect Master is in a good mood. You are actually still resting here. Could it be that you do not plan to attack the burning flame valley? A strange laughter suddenly sounded in the empty hall. Ren Fu raised his eyelids slightly and saw a ball of black fog swiftly flying across the hall. The laughter was so sinister that it made one want to vomit. The pair of blood-red eyes in the black fog caused one's entire body to feel a chill. However, he had already gotten used to such a scene over the past few years. Even if the latter appeared in front of him, there was nothing to be worried about. Can't you tell whether I will attack or not? This time, in order to completely eradicate the burning flame valley's influence in the extreme south, I have already called back all the experts that were sent out earlier. It can be said that everything is prepared. The only thing that is lacking is the response from the group of bastards from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Sitting up, Ren Fu rubbed his face to make himself more awake. When he mentioned the 10,000 Scorpion sect, a sinister expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Ever since the last battle, although the two sects had met, they appeared to be unconcerned on the surface. The 10,000 Scorpion sect had also agreed to his Heavenly Puppet sect's agreement. However, until now, Xianxia still had not given an accurate response. So, I think that you can add another condition to your agreement with me. You want to take a mile after taking an inch? Just as Ren Fu's voice fell, the ball of black fog instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at him. The killing intent within was not concealed at all. Help me kill Xianxia. This is not too much, right? Ignoring the murderous intent in the eyes of the person in front of him, Ren Gue coldly snorted. His voice was somewhat low as he slowly spoke. TSK, that is your problem. We only promised you the geocentric body transformation milk. After eliminating the burning flame valley, we will obtain Xiaoyan. As for you, you will obtain the geocentric body transformation milk that you want. As for the rest, we will not be responsible. A wave of disdainful laughter was immediately emitted from the black fog upon hearing this. When these words reached Ren Fu's ears, it caused the latter's face to instantly turn ashen. Half of his face involuntarily twitched. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, the words spat out by the person in front of him caused his body to instantly stiffen. Remember, you are not qualified to discuss conditions with my ghost palace. When he saw that Ren Fu had stopped moving, the human figure covered by the black fog immediately let out a strange laugh. His figure gradually drifted away. When that ghost-like figure had completely disappeared, only Ren Fu, whose expression was extremely ugly, was left in the hall, as well as the cold laughter that faintly reverberated in the air. Outside of the savage ancient city, on Grey Mountain, within the lightning pool in the void. In the depths of the lightning pool, after Xiaoyan refined the last bolt of lightning energy that the flame mantra had absorbed into his body, a pair of tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The corners of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. After this period of crazy devouring, the lightning energy had already been completely refined into pure energy within his body. Xiaoyan had also used this opportunity to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Until just now, his cultivation had already stepped into the peak of the Origin King realm. He was only a step away from the Origin Emperor realm. Huff! Feeling the abundant energy within his body, Xiaoyan could not help but smile in disappointment. After which, he was about to stand up. However, the instant Xiaoyan raised his head, the scene in front of him caused him to immediately freeze. The expression on his face also gradually turned into a stunned expression. Xiaoyan looked around him. The lightning pool, which was originally filled with lightning strength, was no longer able to see any lightning at this moment. After Xiaoyan used his spiritual strength to investigate, he was stunned to discover that the lightning strength within the lightning pool had been completely absorbed. The so-called lightning pool had become a space of nothingness. It was likely that it would not be able to continue producing lightning energy for many years to come. And the person who had caused all of this to happen now wanted to obediently leave this place. Xiaoyan rubbed his nose somewhat awkwardly. Only then did he look at the North King to the side. When his gaze landed on the latter's body, his expression instantly changed. If one were to say who had completely absorbed the lightning energy within the lightning pool, it would probably be the North King. At this moment, the lightning strength lingering over the surface of the Northern King's body had become even denser and overbearing after absorbing the lightning strength. The luster of the purple color on its body had become even deeper. Lightning symbols surfaced all over its body. If one were to look carefully, one would find that those symbols were faintly wiggling like living creatures. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be most shocked was that there were 5 additional silver-colored dragon scales between the brows of the Northern King. The North King's transformation caused Xiao Yan's heart to tremble. It was true that the North King's body had come from the ancient Void Dragon clan. When he was alive, he had indeed possessed dragon scales. However, after being refined by the heavenly flame, the dragon scales had already fused with his body. His body should be smooth and smooth now, but the appearance of these dragon scales seemed to vaguely confirm something. But no matter what, the North King's strength had greatly increased after entering the lightning pool. There was no need to doubt this point. At this moment, the pressure from the lightning energy on the North King's body made even Xiao Yan shiver inwardly. There was no doubt that the North King's battle prowess had already reached the Origin King level. This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the thing that made Xiao Yan feel the most apologetic was that the lightning energy within the lightning pool had been accumulated for an unknown number of years. Now, it had all been used by Xiao Yan. If the people from the ancient wasteland city were to know of this, it was likely that they would wish to skin him alive. Qing Feng and the others had already become impatient after exiting the lightning pool. Xiao Yan could only smile in an embarrassed manner in the face of this. In the blink of an eye, he noticed the 3 large words Gulei Mountain that contained the pressure of a Do-Di. A thought immediately passed through his heart. Since he was the one who had caused the lightning within this lightning pool to be exhausted, he should at least take out some compensation. I will use this as a temporary compensation. Xiao Yan softly laughed. Immediately, he borrowed his own enormous spiritual strength and his current strength at the peak of the Yuan King class to leave behind a will of his on Gulei Mountain. This was likely sufficient for quite a number of people to use to comprehend. Although this will was not as effective as the lightning strength, one would be able to gain much more from comprehending it compared to the lightning pool in the empty realm once one comprehended it. Soon after, Xiao Yan finished doing all this. Only then did he understand from Qing Feng that it had been over half a month since he had entered the lightning pool. If it was not because the lightning energy within the lightning pool had been completely absorbed, it was likely that he would have continued inside at this moment. After recovering, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened when he thought of the big battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the 2 sects. His expression changed rapidly as he hurriedly let out a low cry from his mouth. He led this group of people and swiftly flew towards the extreme south at lightning speed. Chapter 1266. Outside the Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south. The vast and mighty army of the 2 sects gathered outside the Burning Flame Valley like a large dark cloud. Sunlight scattered down and a large shadow enveloped the mountain top of the Burning Flame Valley. All the disciples in the valley stood up at this moment. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they stared at the distant sky. The sunlight was hidden, and what appeared in front of them was a large group of densely packed human figures that could not be seen clearly. Although they were unable to see just who these people were, all the disciples on the mountain understood that the Burning Flame Valley was likely going to face a great calamity today. The Burning Sky Ancestor and a group of experts from the valley stood on a spacious square on the mountain top. The little fairy doctor and the rest were also present. At this moment, a silver puppet stood beside the little fairy doctor. This was the puppet that Xiao Yan had obtained when he saved the people from the Fang clan. Before they left, Xiao Yan had handed it to the little fairy doctor. At this moment, the surrounding experts could not help but reveal an envious expression in their eyes when they saw this. An Origin King level puppet was given away just like that. Even they did not have the ability to do such a thing. Has it finally come? The Burning Sky Ancestor narrowed his old eyes. His eyes stared intently at the vast and mighty army outside the Burning Flame Valley. He opened his mouth slightly and spoke in a deep voice. This is a true decisive battle. The elites of the two sects have all gathered. All the experts who were sent out have been summoned back. Even the Origin Realm and Origin Transformation Realm deacons have been called over. They really do plan on bathing my burning flame valley in blood. A grave expression also surfaced on Li Qingshu's face. He had been busy investigating the movements of the two sects over the past few days. Therefore, he was exceptionally clear about these matters. As soon as these words were spoken, the other people at the side also nodded with a solemn expression. Although they knew that this day would come sooner or later, it was still difficult for their hearts to calm down before the battle. After all, this battle was not only related to the life and death of countless people, but it was also related to the situation in the extreme south. In the end, no matter which side won, the outcome would be tragic. Valley Chief, Elder Xiaoyan, why is he not here? Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered that something was amiss. Recently, Xiaoyan, who had often accompanied the Burning Sky ancestor, had disappeared without a trace. Could it be? Quite a few people secretly became nervous when they thought of a certain possibility. If Xiaoyan had really fled before the battle, would it not be a huge blow to the Burning Flame Valley? What? Do you not even have the courage to fight when he is not here? Hearing this, Ancestor Scorching Sky's expression suddenly turned cold as he sneered. Everyone's expressions immediately changed after these words were spoken. Only then did they hurriedly deny it. However, this caused Ancestor Fention to coldly laugh in his heart. In the end, these fellows were still doing this for their own benefits. When they saw that the person who could block the spear for them was not present, they revealed such an expression. Relax, he will return. Seemingly in order to comfort these fellows, the Burning Sky ancestor smiled and said these words. Although he did not have any basis, the old man still believed in his heart that Xiaoyan would definitely be able to rush back in time. At that time, there might be a turning point in this big battle that seemed impossible to win. Haha. Fention, your Burning Flame Valley has sat in the position of the Overlord of the extreme south for too long. Now, it is time for a change of owner. At this moment, Ren Fu's familiar voice was once again transmitted over from outside of the Burning Flame Valley. His laughter contained some arrogance and overbearingness. Although the big battle between the two parties had yet to begin, he seemed to have already seen the destined ending of the Burning Flame Valley. Ren Fu, it is too early for you to be happy. It is still unknown just who will emerge victorious. The Burning Sky ancestor slowly stepped forward and spoke in a faint voice. After which, he raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and a seal was formed. At the same time, numerous white lights swiftly lingered over the entire mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. Soon after, it transformed into a cream-white energy light barrier that covered the entire Burning Flame Valley. This was the Great Sect Protecting Formation of the Burning Flame Valley, the Great Star Plate Formation. This was the item that the Burning Flame Valley had exchanged from Luo Jin's father by using the Earth Core Body Transformation Milk. Although it was only a derivative of the Greater One Star Plate, the Great Star Plate Formation was a genuine Grade 7 formation. The energy barrier formed by the formation plate was naturally extraordinary. Not only could it be used as a defense, it could even reflect a portion of the opponent's attacks. Even with the foundations of these two great sects, it was destined that it would not be an easy task to break the Great Star Plate Formation. This is the sect protecting formation of the Burning Flame Valley. Ren Fu involuntarily frowned when he sensed the powerful aura from the energy barrier. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this formation was extraordinary. However, since things had already developed to such a stage, they no longer had any other choice other than to forcefully break the formation. Following the orders of the two sect masters, the experts on both sides immediately released the powerful Genesis Chi in their bodies. Soon after, they leapt into the air, transforming into streaks of light that shot straight towards the array before them. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shaking explosive sound suddenly sounded at this moment. Numerous powerful Do skills repeatedly smashed onto the energy barrier, forming circular energy ripples. At the same time, quite a number of energy was also reflected. In an instant, It caused the experts from the two sects who were forcefully attacking to suffer. There were even some who were seriously injured under this wild and indiscriminate bombardment. At the same time, the energy barrier, which was originally as stable as a mountain, also began to tremble slightly. The explosions outside the burning flame valley continued for an unknown period of time. Only at a certain moment did Renfu and Xiaxia, the sect leaders of the two sects, finally take action together. Under their combined attacks, the astral disk formation was finally forcefully broken. Even though this was the case, the densely packed figures that originally stood in the sky had decreased by a lot. Countless returnants and returnance experts had died from the bombardment. There were even a few origin kings who were heavily injured. Even the most famous puppet of the Heavenly Puppet sect had been damaged to a certain extent. Although the battle had yet to officially begin, the people from the two sects had already suffered quite a lot in order to break through the formation. This caused the expressions of Renfu and Xiaxia to change, but it also boosted the morale of the many people in the burning flame valley. Fentian, you will definitely pay a painful price for this. Renfu coldly snorted. His body shook as the powerful presence of a 7-star origin emperor immediately radiated from his body. With a wave of his hand, Jingang Shi immediately appeared by his side. Xiaxia also unleashed the vast energy within his body at the same time. His eyes flickered with light as he stared at Ancestor Fentian. "Ha, Renfu, Xiaxia, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. I knew that a battle between the three of us would happen sooner or later. Today, let me see just how strong you are." Ancestor Fentian laughed loudly when he heard this. Genesis Chi surged from his body as his old body appeared in the space before Renfu and Xiaxia in the blink of an eye. The moment he raised his head, an invisible, vast pressure immediately swept out from his body, blocking the pressure from the experts of the two sections. It even caused the expressions of the two to change. Ancestor's scorching heaven was indeed worthy of being an expert of the origin ancestor realm. Such a terrifying aura and pressure was truly terrifying. Chapter 1267. At the same time that the big battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the experts from the two sects officially began, Xiaoyan was leading a large group of people behind him as they hurried to the location of the Burning Flame Valley. Ever since Xiaoyan had left the lightning pool in the empty realm and learned that he had already trained for half a month, he did not dare to delay for even a moment along the way. In merely 2 days, they had already hurried all the way from the savage ancient city to the extreme south. From their current position, it was likely that they would reach the Burning Flame Valley in less than 2 hours. Although this was the case, Xiaoyan and the rest became even more anxious when they heard that the two sects had challenged the Burning Flame Valley to a decisive battle. In the end, Xiaoyan left the group first after explaining the general direction of the Burning Flame Valley to Qingfeng. He used the Heaven Extinction Step and Wing Elephant art at full speed in hopes of reaching the Burning Flame Valley before the battle between the two sects and the Burning Flame Valley began. At the same time, the battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the two sects was also intense. On the mountainside, the origin and origin transformation experts from both sides were basically engaged in a chaotic battle. Cries of battle constantly rang out as Genesis Chi shot out. Figures were everywhere and an expert would fall from the mountain from time to time. They were either heavily injured or dead. Apart from that, the distant horizon was roughly divided into 3 battle circles. The origin kings from both sides were naturally engaged in a chaotic battle. Although the Burning Flame Valley did not have the advantage in numbers, they had the advantage in terms of strength. Coupled with the explosive power of their fire attribute chi methods and do skills, the battle between the two sides was like a raging fire for a time. The same was true for the battle between the origin kings. The Burning Flame Valley had a total of 3 origin kings. Other than First Elder Li Qingshu, who was a 6-star origin king, the other 2 were 4-star origin kings. Their strength could not be underestimated. Other than the origin kings from the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpion sect, there was also a Vajra puppet. The 3 of them were facing 3 origin kings at the same time, so the pressure they faced was naturally not small. Apart from First Elder Li Qingshu, who had the opportunity to catch his breath, The other two were firmly suppressed and would not be able to last for long. Out of the entire battle, the battle between Ancestor Fentian and Rengui, Xieshan, was naturally the most shocking. Rengui wielded a golden blade. Genesis Chi was poured into it as he swung his hands rapidly, easily ripping apart the invisible space around him. It was difficult to imagine how a person would be instantly cleaved into two if the blade landed on them. On the other side, Xieshan wielded a strange bone chain that was covered in spikes. One end was a short sword, while the other was a pitch-black sickle. Under his control, the chain continuously twisted like a living creature, twisting and turning in the air several times. When Ancestor Fentian blocked Rengui's attack, the chain would suddenly reach out from behind him and viciously slash at Ancestor Fentian's throat. If not for his powerful origin Ancestor Cultivation, Ancestor Fentian would have been killed by the combined attacks of the two. Of course, other than the ferocious attacks of the two, the Vajra puppet's attacks were the most serious. The Vajra puppet's attacks were ferocious and domineering. Even Ancestor Fentian would find it difficult to endure a single punch from it, let alone the constant interference from Rengui and Xieshan. Destroying the puppet would be extremely difficult. Clang! A few blades descended in succession, but they were all caught by Ancestor Fentian with his bare hands. This time, he even relied on his ferocious flame power to forcefully melt the blade of the large blade. Just as Rengui's expression changed drastically, Ancestor Fentian suddenly stepped forward. His palm landed on Rengui's chest. As blood spurted out, a chill surged from his back once again. As he dodged to the side, a short sword flew close to Ancestor Fentian's ear. The sharp sound of it tearing through the air even caused the flesh on his old face to involuntarily twitch. Soon after, the Vajra puppet attacked once again. Ancestor Fentian immediately retreated. When Xieshan arrived in a flash, he turned around and sent the Vajra puppet flying. Ancestor Fentian also used this opportunity to stop his body. He looked at the three of them with some difficulty. "Humph, Rengui, you're still too weak in the end. If we were to fight one-on-one, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to last 10 moves from me." Ancestor Fentian laughed coldly as he gently gasped for breath. "Fentian, I admit that I'm inferior to you. However, today your burning flame valley is destined to flow with rivers of blood." Although this fellow did not feel good after receiving a palm from Ancestor Fentian, he was not seriously injured. As his voice sounded, his gaze also landed on the experts from both sides who were fighting intensely below. He involuntarily parted his mouth and the smile on the corner of his mouth became increasingly ferocious. "Huh, you want to destroy my burning flame valley with just this level of strength?" Ancestor Fentian involuntarily laughed coldly when he heard this. However, the emotions at the bottom of his heart also became solemn. He could imagine that this fellow was not referring to the experts present. If it was just these people, wanting to take down the burning flame valley was indeed an extremely difficult matter. However, if it was them, Fentian, I have specially prepared a gift for you today. I can admit that I'm not your match. I can also admit that it is impossible to easily destroy the burning flame valley with just these people. However, if I were to take out another origin ancestor, or a few origin emperors. Hall Master Xiao, please." Ren Fu slowly wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on his face was ferocious. Just as his words sounded, a large amount of black fog suddenly surged outside of the burning flame valley behind the battle circle of both parties. Soon after, a few human figures whose bodies were covered by the black fog appeared. Ghost Palace. At the same time, Ancestor Scorching Heaven's face turned completely gloomy. These things that were neither human nor ghost had shown themselves in the end. "Xiao Yan, if you still don't return, it will really be troublesome." At the same time that he felt solemn in his heart, Ancestor Fentian could not help but secretly say in his heart. He had placed all his hopes on Xiao Yan. If he still did not return, just the people in his burning flame valley would be unable to contend against him. "Ancestor Fentian, where is Xiao Yan?" Within the black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes first swept in all directions. However, they did not discover Xiao Yan's figure. This involuntarily caused them to feel a little surprised. According to the news, Xianxia should indeed be in the Burning Flame Valley. However, the current situation seemed to be contrary to their plans. How did the few of you miss me so much? It was also at this moment that a familiar clear laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. In almost an instant, a familiar figure wearing black robes had already appeared in the sky. A smile hung from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the few people from Ghost Palace with a dense expression. Chapter 1268. The expressions on everyone's faces could not help but be startled when they saw the black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Soon after, when everyone from both sides regained their senses, two different expressions shockingly surfaced on everyone's faces. The faces of those from the Burning Flame Valley were naturally filled with wild joy when they saw Xianxia's return. They had personally witnessed the latter's frightening fighting strength. As long as Xianxia was present, the so-called Origin King experts from the two sects were simply useless. On the contrary, when the two sects saw Xianxia appear, everyone's faces involuntarily revealed a terrified expression. The scene from a month ago once again surfaced in their minds. Compared to the people from the Burning Flame Valley, they undoubtedly had a greater understanding of Xianxia's frightening fighting strength. After all, they had personally experienced it. To them, it was already extremely fortunate to be able to survive under Xianxia's heavy hammer. How would they dare to face him again? Now that they saw the return of this killing god, everyone's bodies unconsciously retreated. This comical scene caused many experts from the Burning Flame Valley to reveal mocking expressions on their faces. At the same time, a smile surfaced on the old face of the Burning Sky ancestor who was high up in the sky when he saw Xianxia's return. With Xianxia's return, the pressure in his heart had naturally decreased a little. At the very least, he had some confidence in his heart when he faced these fellows from the Ghost Hall. Even though he did not know why, as long as Xianxia was present, he would feel that there was still a chance for everything to turn around. People like you will always have this hateful appearance that is neither human nor ghost. If I don't get rid of all of you, I'm afraid that this continent will never be peaceful. Xianxia clenched his hand in the air and a large, pitch-black ruler immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, a sharp aura also spread out from within his body, forming a tornado around him that swept outwards. Sharp-tongued brat. If it was not for your sudden attack the last time, the Burning Flame Valley would have been destroyed long ago. However, this time around, there will not be so many accidents. Ren Fu let out a cold snort upon seeing this. His eyes swept towards the people from the Ghost Hall. This time around, Xianxia would naturally not need to worry as long as they were present. He did not even need to worry about Ancestor Fentian. As for the experts from the Burning Flame Valley, it would naturally be difficult for them to survive once he attacked. However, the expert from the Ghost Hall by the side suddenly let out a surprised cry just as Rengui's voice sounded. The scarlet eyes that landed on Xianxia flickered slightly as he said in a surprised voice, "What are you talking about? 9-star Origin King? Didn't you say that you're an 8-star Origin King? How come it's only been a month? Oh, all of you have really investigated me thoroughly. I was indeed an 8-star Origin King a month ago. However, that was a month ago. Now, I am at the peak of the Origin King realm." An extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out of Xianxia's body the moment his voice sounded. The powerful aura caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. Even Ren Tian involuntarily widened his eyes. This aura might not be able to threaten him, but Xianxia had actually raised his cultivation from an 8-star Origin King to the peak of the Origin King class within a month. This training speed was a little too frightening. Xianxia's expression changed when he heard this. "Good brat, you have actually broken through again." It was only at this moment that the Burning Sky ancestor sensed the change in Xianxia's aura. He could not help but laugh out loud, and his face was filled with joy. Now, no matter who broke through in the Burning Flame Valley, it was a great thing, not to mention that Xianxia's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Origin King realm. If combined with his powerful fighting strength, he might even be able to fight against an Origin King expert. This was another great help. "I'm sorry, that's why I only came back now. Fortunately, nothing happened to everyone. Hearing the words of the burning sky ancestor, Xiaoyan's face could not help but reveal some apologetic expression. The former laughed and waved his hand, looking as if he did not care at all. On the other hand, the hall master of the ghost hall snorted coldly and sneered. It's just a breakthrough to the peak of the Origin King realm. The result will be the same no matter what. Today, you must return with us no matter what. The moment his voice fell, the body under the black fog suddenly shook, and a terrifying aura immediately swept out in all directions. At the same time, the black fog dissipated, revealing a figure wearing a black robe and a mask. The most shocking thing was that the strength of the aura that swept out from this person's body had surpassed that of an Origin King expert. This fellow was shockingly another Origin Ancestor level expert. Behind him, the other two experts from the Ghost Hall also released the aura within their bodies at the same time. They were 2 Origin Kings, 1 Origin Ancestor and 2 Origin Emperors. Once such a lineup joined the groups of the 2 sects, it would be a huge blow to the Burning Flame Valley. Tsk, Xiao Yan Fention, today is the day of your death. A sharp strange laughter was once again emitted from Renfu's mouth. Soon after, a thought passed through his heart and the Vajra puppet immediately flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Beside him, Xieshan looked at the ferocious smile on Renfu's face in front of him. The chill in his heart became even denser. The corner of his eyes cautiously swept over the few people from the Ghost Hall. The emotion in his heart tightened slightly. He had never heard of anything related to the Ghost Hall. Even he did not expect that this Renfu would actually be involved with the people from the Ghost Hall. His heart was extremely afraid of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. However, Renfu had deliberately hidden it and only took it out today. This intention was likely not only aimed at the Burning Flame Valley. When he thought of this, an extremely obscure cold glint involuntarily flashed across the depths of Xieshan's eyes when he looked at Renfu. Cuckoo, I'm afraid that you don't have such a big appetite if you want to eat me. Xiao Yan's face did not show any fear when he saw the Vajra puppet that had arrived in front of him. Instead, he looked at this Vajra puppet's body in a somewhat strange manner. A thought swiftly circulated in his heart. Although this Vajra puppet's strength was extraordinary, it was after all refined from a human's physical body. It ultimately did not lack the skin. Therefore, Xiao Yan lifted his hand gently. A cluster of crimson-red flames slowly bloomed in his palm with a puff sound. It formed a beautiful fire lotus. The flames leaped on the lotus petals, appearing like a living creature. At a glance, it appeared to be somewhat intelligent. The temperature of the entire place suddenly rose the moment this flame appeared. The expressions of quite a number of people present also changed. This is a heavenly flame? Although he had long heard that Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame that an ordinary person could not control, Renfu's heart involuntarily felt some shock when he personally saw it at this moment. Of course, at the same time, it also contained greed. No one would not be tempted by the most overbearing power in the world. However, Xiao Yan scoffed at this. He ignored the other party's sinister gaze. He clenched his hand tightly and the fire lotus in his palm immediately exploded. It turned into flames that filled the sky and swept in all directions. A flame of this level was naturally unable to harm the experts present. However, when it landed on the puppets, it was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, they began to burn fiercely. This was especially so under Xiao Yan's deliberate control. The crimson-red flames spread extremely quickly and did not allow any resistance. As the red lotus karmic fire burned fiercely, all of the puppets involuntarily trembled and twitched. In the end, everyone could only watch helplessly as their puppets were incessantly melted by the heavenly fire. In the end, all of their steel bodies were completely melted into a pool of molten iron. Looking at the Vajra puppet, although it had also been greatly melted by the heavenly flame, it was still a terrifying existence comparable to a peak Origin emperor. In addition to Renfu's intervention, it was only barely able to extinguish the flames. However, even so, the Vajra puppet was left with a broken body. Even if it could still fight, its strength would definitely be greatly reduced. At this moment, The Vajra puppet that was comparable to a peak origin emperor was completely crippled. Xiaoyan. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. How could Ren Feng not be furious that his greatest reliance had been destroyed? The Genesis chi within his body crazily surged as his body trembled uncontrollably. His face had turned bright red as killing intent surged within his furious eyes. Just as he was about to attack, Xiao Yan waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. A punch ruthlessly collided with it. It was undoubtedly the Northern King. North King, kill him. Chapter 1269. The clash between the Northern King and Renfu became even more intense as the words that were filled with killing intent were spat out. At the same time, the intense battle between the experts of the two sects began once again. Without the help of those puppets, the originally great advantage that the experts from the two sects had immediately disappeared. At this moment, both parties were fighting again. Even though the people from the two sects joined hands, they had difficulty suppressing the experts from the burning flame valley. At the same time, the gazes of the two Ghost Hall origin emperors in the sky also landed on Xiao Yan. Ancestor Burning Heaven would be personally dealt with by Hall Master Xiao, so the two origin emperors would naturally deal with Xiao Yan. TSK, although you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, you are still fated to be unable to escape this calamity. It is indeed our negligence that allowed you to successfully escape for so many years. However, it won't happen this time. Strange laughter rang out from the mouths of the two origin emperors. The two of them drew closer and closer to Xiao Yan. The latter narrowed his eyes as his expression gradually became solemn. In the next moment, just as the two origin emperors attacked, several sonic booms suddenly rang out in the sky. Soon after, a series of figures sent the two origin emperors flying. Only when the figures came to a stop did everyone see that several dozen experts with powerful auras were currently standing around Xiao Yan. They stared coldly at Xiaxan and the two origin emperors. Looks like we've come a little late. Beside Xiao Yan, Qing Feng laughed loudly. His gaze rapidly became heated as he watched the intense battle. You're not late. You've come just in time. Xiao Yan gently patted Qing Feng's shoulder and nodded. The latter grinned and exchanged glances with the other people beside him. Their figures rapidly separated, forming two groups. Each group stared at an origin emperor. Xiaxan, who was in the middle, was left to Xiao Yan. When they saw the sudden appearance of these people beside Xiao Yan, especially when they discovered that these people were all origin kings or above, their originally icy faces immediately became ugly. Over 30 origin kings. Forget about the two origin emperors, such a group was sufficient to sweep through the entire southern region. It should be known that even if the number of origin kings that the three large sects possessed were combined, there would only be 30 to 40 of them. However, Xiao Yan had actually forcefully brought so many experts with him. This was really unimaginable. Each of them faced 16 origin kings, and most of them were high-level origin kings. This situation quickly caused their faces to turn ashen. Compared to fighting alone, they were more afraid of working together. Although that seemed to be of some help, if each of them faced the attacks of 32 origin kings at the same time, they would be defeated even faster. Xiao Yan's arm suddenly shook. A purple-colored flame rose on the heavy Xian ruler in an instant. His somewhat solemn gaze also landed on Xiaxan on the opposite side. A dense voice was slowly emitted as he spoke. He spoke with a cold voice. Everyone, since everyone is here, then, let's do it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk following Xiao Yan's order, the 32 spiritual guards beside him immediately rushed forward. They transformed into numerous rays of light and violently collided with the two origin emperors from the Ghost Hall in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a shocking energy ripple suddenly erupted. The sound of rushing wind repeatedly sounded. The intense collision between both parties had completely unfolded at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Xiaxan looked at each other. Their eyes were cold, but they did not immediately attack. When I first entered the extreme south and arrived outside the burning flame valley, I initially thought that the battle with Yu Fu was because I had fought in the Fong family. However, I only understood later that it was actually because of your family. The Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan has always been known as invincible. Although I dare not say that I truly have no opponents, the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan will definitely exterminate those who kill my clan members. As a result, our enemies are usually unable to live for long, Xianxia said indifferently. Xianxia faintly said. At the same time, killing intent surged in his eyes. He clenched his hands in the air and the pitch-black sickle and short sword landed in his hands. I have never been merciful to those who want to kill me. With a cold snort, Xiaoyan suddenly swung the huge ruler in his hand. He waved his arm and a ruler light immediately swept out, shooting towards Xianxia. After witnessing the might of Xiaoyan's heavenly flames earlier, Xianxia naturally did not dare to underestimate him when he faced Xiaoyan again. He held the sickle in his right hand and the sword in his left. His hand held the hilt of the sword in a reverse grip. He drew several energy pillars in the air in front of him. As they condensed, they actually perfectly overlapped. Afterwards, he viciously slashed at the ruler light that was charging over. 1,000 heavy blades. Soon after, the 1,000 heavy blades collided with the ruler light that Xiaoyan swung out. An earth-shaking energy ripple immediately swept out when the two collided. Xiaoyan and Xiaxian's figures also rushed forward at the same time. One of them held a huge ruler while the other waved a chain. The sickle flew and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The wide ruler was immediately lifted and easily blocked this attack. In the next second he turned around and swept out with his ruler. A force of 500 kilograms violently smashed onto the short sword that was only 3 fingers wide. After a wave of sparks, Xiaxian's body involuntarily retreated. His expression also changed. The strength that Xiaoyan's ruler contained far exceeded his imagination. Xiaxian did not dare to believe that a human's body was actually able to unleash a physical strength that was even stronger than some powerful magical beasts. This was simply unbelievable. Not only did he lose all feeling in his hand from that one strike, even his entire arm was trembling uncontrollably. There were even traces of blood flowing down from his palm. This caused him to instantly become solemn, and the fury in his heart involuntarily rose. Xiaxian had suffered a small loss in the first collision between the two of them. He had lost because he was careless and lost because he did not know. On the other side, Xiaoyan's body did not move. The huge ruler in his hand trembled gently and a buzzing sound spread. When Xiaxian raised his head, he saw a cold smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. After which, his body no longer moved. However, Xiaxian's expression changed once again. His body immediately pulled back decisively. At the same time, his right hand waved the chain and controlled the short sword to ruthlessly pierce forward. Clang! The next second, sparks shot out. Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared at the spot where Xiaxian had been standing earlier. The thick blade of the ruler easily blocked the tip of the short sword. Soon after, Xiaoyan once again broke through the air and gave chase. He did not intend to give Xiaxian even the slightest chance to catch his breath.